Jen, if okay na, mag-tekra na ha. Salamat.
Sige po, patekran lang po saglit.
Muni.
Thank you po.
Flash ko na prelims, Jean.
Sige po, please. Thank you. Pa-check lang ako. Tingnan ko lang kung okay lang po.
The Philippines is going to buy grain.
All right. This was nice and
Thanks, Monica. Hindi na po ako mag-aayos ah. Okay na po mag-start. Thank you.
Diba? Sabay ko tayo.
to buy green. Our government is taking the lead. The Philippines' Green Public Procurement Roadmap guides the way forward by considering local business capacities, climate, environment, health, and value for money. Our government procures thousands of items every year to serve the Filipino people. When government is the single largest buyer in a market, its procurement decisions influence the direction that businesses take. Green public procurement is about buying products which are low carbon, are healthier, avoid harmful chemicals, and are manufactured through cleaner processes. They are efficient to use and consume less energy and water. At the end of life, precious materials are recycled. GPP reduces the pressure on the environment. GPP is a partnership between the government and businesses. GPP opens up new, exciting, and reliable opportunities for businesses supplying green products. This in turn makes green products also affordable for private households. A first batch of 20 product categories has been prioritized for GPP, and more will be selected over time. The priority common supplies and equipment products are multi-copy paper, toilet paper, record books, cleaners, chairs, disinfectant sprays, trash bags, liquid hand soap, detergent powder, and LED lights and bulbs. The priority non-common supplies and equipment products are computer and laptop monitors, air conditioners, vehicles, fridges and freezers, copiers, paints and varnishes, food and catering services, training hotels and facilities, toilets and urinals, and textiles such as uniforms and work clothes. The well-established public procurement processes in the Philippines, such as the PhilJobs, will ensure fairness, transparency, and open competition for the green venture. Everyone can become an active consumer of green products, which save energy and water, are not harmful for health and climate, and which are recyclable.
Do you know that procurement is crucial in achieving our society's collective vision of a strongly rooted, comfortable, and secure life in the Philippines? Hello everyone, I'm Billy Bayong. Let me show you how our Procurement Policy Board innovates, adapts, and responds to our changing needs to enhance the procurement system and help the government work for us. An efficient, transparent, and competitive procurement system connects every Filipino to vital services from the government. This can help move more people out of poverty, gain access to better education, receive quality healthcare, and enjoy economic opportunities. These yield greater trust in government institutions and bring the country closer to achieving its national development goals. The Government Procurement Policy Board focuses on simplifying various processes to produce more successful procurement that contributes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the government. The board employs strategies to identify needs and implement projects. It refines and calibrates procurement policies, adjusting to emerging trends based on needs of procuring entities. It creates ways to capacitate practitioners to better manage their procurement processes, monitor effectiveness of our procurement systems, and it adapts to the times, especially during national emergencies. The GPPB has strengthened the procurement process at the earliest stage, the planning phase. The board has issued bidding rules responsive to new laws and policies set by the government. GPPB has also streamlined the bidding process through the use of technology. GPPB has introduced guidelines to ensure timely procurement, especially during a national emergency. GPPB Technical Support Office pioneered initiatives to better assist procuring entities. Simple and competitive, transparent and accountable, monitored by the people. These make for an effective procurement system, responsive to the needs of the people. The GPPB, adapting, responding, innovating for nation building. To know more about procurement, visit gppb.gov.ph.
Okay, so a rainy morning to everyone. I am Jen Aguilar from the Capacity Development Division, and I welcome you all to the second day of our online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations, brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. So to start our today's program, may I request everyone to put ourselves in the most mighty and holy presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. So, dear Almighty and ever-loving God, we glorify and thank Thee your name. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence continuously remind us of your faithfulness and guidance. With this, may we humbly ask you to shower our speakers today of your greatest inspiration, so that she may share the most of her knowledge, heart, and soul to her respective topic. May we also absorb the invaluable knowledge, experiences, and put into practice what we may learn today. We pray that you bless all the committees in charge, that may be able to fulfill their task responsibly, and that the objectives we have set may all be achieved. Your infinite blessing would mean the success of this training, and may be a living witnesses of your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this activity. We ask this in the name of our Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. So once again, a blessed Tuesday morning to everyone. So now, before we dive into the lecture proper, we prepared a short Zumba exercise for today's program. So medyo maulan, and sabi nga nila, it's cuddle weather today. But I hope somehow po itong ating Zumba exercise can brighten your day a little if medyo, though medyo gloomy ang ating weather. No? So let's start. Our technical team, please play the Zumba exercise.
All right. This was nice and fun. We had fun putting it together. I have Nishi and Kiara with me. Let's go. Tap. Clap, clap. Open. Good. All right, we're going to keep the hands the same. We're going to change the feet. Take it out. 4. Good, good.
Miss Flerine J.R. Sandot. Congratulations, ma'am, for being our first early bird winner for today. So for our second early bird winner, we have from the Municipality of Cabugao, Apayao, Miss Joey M. Lukyogen. Again, ma'am, thank you. How you may claim your special token. Also, for the winners of our yesterday's program, please do check your emails or chat box and kindly revert back with the details for us to ship your respective tokens. So at this point, allow me to have a quick recap of our yesterday's learning session. So yesterday, we officially opened our program where our Executive Director, Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz, welcome all of us in this week-long virtual event exclusively for the municipal government units nationwide. So immediately afterwards, we jumped through our lecture proper, where we had two meaningful and productive learning sessions on Government Procurement 101 and on the efficient procurement measures, simplified posting, and electronic submission of procurement reports, procurement updates, policies, and innovations, led by our GPPB recognized trainer, Regional Director Mark Louis C. Martin. So today, we are going to jump right through our learning session 3, where we will be having an entire session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. So without further ado, it is with great pleasure to introduce to you today's learning session's resource speaker. So our resource speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts, major in Political Science, and Bachelor of Laws, both at Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City. So she has been in the government service for more than 18 years. At present, she is working at the Department of the Interior Local Government Central Office as Supervising Administrative Officer of General Services Division, Administrative Service. In addition to her current functions, she serves as a member of the Technical Working Group for Goods and Services and as a head of the Technical Working Group for Consulting Services of the Bids and Awards Committees. She is also the current head of the Shopping and Negotiated Procurement Committee of the DILG Central Office. From 2013 to 2017, she also served as the alternate member of the Government Policy Board, representing the Department of the Interior and Local Government. She is also a recognized trainer of the GPPB. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our speaker, Ms. Leslie B. Canyafranca. Leslie, take it over.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. And hi, hello. I hope that everybody is feeling good and maganda yung gising natin para maganda din yung ating pakikinig. So we can understand what we are going to discuss this morning. Okay. Welcome to the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units and Government Procurement Reform Act or RA 9184. Napakaswerte din natin na the GPPB-TSO conducted a training for us, for you, the municipalities, na magkakaroon kayo ng training for Government Procurement Reform Act. Marami pong nagre-request ng mga trainings from other agencies, iba't ibang mga LGUs, GPPB, but nagkaroon sila ng sarili nilang training exclusive for the Municipal Local Government Unit. So napakaswerte po ninyo. Okay, so today I will going to discuss procurement planning and budget linkage. And it will include the early procurement activities. So kung ready na po tayo, we will start to the procurement.
Recording in progress.
Planning or to the procurement planning lecture proper. So isa-isahin po natin kung ano yung mga dapat i-discuss natin. So let me share my screen. Okay. So our topic is procurement planning and budget linkage. For the outline, we have procurement planning. I-discuss natin isa-isa ito. Procurement planning and budget linkage. Project procurement management plan. Annual procurement plan. Early procurement activities and simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement report. So, itong mga topic na ito, alam ko kung ang nag-a-attend dito is Back Secretariat, TWG, especially Back Secretariat. And sana po may mga end users tayo para po maintindihan kasi the topic is more on preparation of the PPMPs and APPs. So applicable po siya. Ang gumagawa usually nito is the Back Secretariat and of course the end user unit. So yung topic natin nagko-concentrate siya on more on Back Secretariat functions and the end user unit. So and for the objective, we have, by the end of the module, participants should be able to, number one, apply and incorporate the fundamentals of procurement planning, understand the basic principle of market research, and identify relevant procurement projects with proper budget allocation within the given timeline. So, yan yung ating objectives and isa-isahin po natin yung ating nakalagay sa outline. Okay. Procurement. What is procurement plan? Procurement. So, what is procurement? Bago natin i-discuss kung ano yung APP, ano yung PPMP, how to prepare the APP, how to prepare the APP, we have to discuss first what is procurement. Actually, this is very basic, yung ating procurement. Pag sinabi nating definition of the procurement, this is very basic question, but this is very important. Napaka-importante nating na malaman kung ano ba talaga ang ibig sabihin ng procurement. It is not just like buying something. Pag iniisip natin procurement, ay yung pamimili, procurement from the word itself. Procure, pamimili ito. Just buying something in the mall or having shopping. Yan yung mga gusto ng mga babae, yung pagsa-shopping. So kahit window shopping lang, pag wala kang pera, parang stress reliever na natin yun. Pag pumupunta tayo, ikot-ikot lang sa mall, nagtitingin-tingin kung may sale at may magugustuhan, pag may pera, babalikan. So, hindi po siya ganun yung concept on government procurement. What we are going to discuss here is the government procurement. Okay, what is procurement? Procurement is the process of selecting services from a supplier who fits best the need. So if you can see, naka-highlight po yung ating need. Bakit naka-highlight? So ang need, ibig sabihin yan, need means it is required because it is essential or important in the mandate of the end user unit or mandate ng employees, officials, or the procuring entity itself or yung ating procuring organization. The same thing kung mag-grocery tayo. Like for example, namimili tayo, nag-grocery tayo para sa bahay natin. You always buy all those that you need. Hindi naman, bili ka lang ng bili, kahit hindi mo na kailangan sa bahay, bibilin mo. Tinitingnan mo muna. Kung minsan nagkakaroon ka ng mga listahan, ay ito yung mga kulang ko sa bahay, ito yung kailangan ko sa bahay. So, sometimes, pag procurement practitioner ka na-apply mo yung pagka-practitioner mo or procurement practitioner mo. Ako, usually na-apply ko yan kasi ginagawa ko, sinicheck ko muna, nag-check muna ako ng mga brand, at least mga 3 brand, for example, yung sabon. Then, I'll check the benefits. So, ano po ba yung ma-benefit ko dito? The price ba? The benefit ba na nakukuha ko will compensate on the price? So, ito ba yung nag-fit sa needs ko? So, tinitingnan ko yan bago ko binibili. Hindi lang yung lagi na lang, basta lang makita mo, bibili ka na without looking at the price or without checking the benefits. So, kahit mahal, minsan kinukuha mo na lang o binibili mo na lang. So, pag procurement practitioner ka, sometimes nakikita mo yun na na-apply mo yung pagbibili sa personal na buhay mo at saka yung sa trabaho. The word need, kung makikita natin sa screen, is highlighted and emphasized. Meaning, in government procurement, naka-emphasize siya, we procure because we will respond to a particular need. We are not procuring because we have a lot of budget. So, unang, marami akong pera, marami akong budget ngayon, malaking pondong binigay sa akin, bili tayo ng bili kahit hindi naman relevant or align with your mandate. So, dapat, bumibili tayo. We are not procuring because we have a lot of budget, but we procure because we are responding to the need of the procuring entity or to the end user. In short, we procure because we need it and not just want it. So, yan po yung isa sa mga tinitingnan natin pag nagpapaprocure tayo or nagpaplano tayo. So, ano pa yung definition ng procurement? It includes the process of selecting products and services that will provide value for money. Again, value for money, naka-highlight po siya. When we say value for money, it does not necessarily yung sabihin natin, it is the least cost, but it is based on the maximum efficiency and effectiveness of the purchase. Titingnan din natin yung efficiency, titingnan din yung effectiveness of the purchase. In the procurement, we will not rely only on the lowest. Tanggalin natin yung sa isip natin na nananalo kaya pangit kasi mura lang. Lowest, but we have to check also the efficiency and effectiveness of the purchase. Remember that we award to the lowest calculated and responsive bid. Kung sinasabi yung lowest calculated and responsive bid, meaning lowest siya as to price, but also responsive to the technical specification, yung ating legal requirements, and technically, responsive siya technically, legally, and of course, yung sa other requirements natin na pinapa-comply. Legally, technically, and for that, pag sinabi natin technically, for the technical specifications, compliant with the technical specifications, legally, compliant with the legal requirements, and of course, the financially capable po siya. Meaning, the supplier or the bidder can deliver kung ano po yung requirements natin na pinoprocure. Okay. What are the best ways to improve procurement efficiency? Lagi kasi natin hindi nakikita itong sinasabi nating efficiency. Lagi tayong nagpo-focus on the lowest price. Laging nakatatak na sa isip natin lowest price. Hindi po yun. So, ano po ba yung mga best ways to improve procurement efficiency? So, una, you have to think through your purchase or your purchase. We have to plan well what you are going to purchase, and plan what are your requirements for the whole year. Kasi wag nating planuhin na parang quarterly or parang buwan-buwan. Ito lang yung bibilin ko ngayon, so ito lang yung ilalagay ko sa PPMP. Remember that the Back Secretariat is consolidating all the PPMPs into APPs. Pag sinabi nating APP, it's the Annual Procurement Plan. Annual. So meaning, isang taon. So for sa end naman ng end user, dapat yung pagpaplano nyo is isang taon din. So kung ano yung mga kailangan. Yung mga updates natin or mga additional, in case lang na may mga additional na mga requirements tayo or additional na pondo na binigay sa atin. Okay. Another one is build valuable supplier relationship. Hindi naman natin kaaway yung supplier. Huwag nating awayin yung ating mga supplier. So, mag-build tayo ng valuable supplier relationship. So, paano ba natin ginagawa yan? By conducting a suppliers forum or suppliers forum, supply officers and suppliers forum. So depende po kung anong ito-title nyo doon, but it involves with the ating mga suppliers or bidders. So you can build a good relationship to a supplier, and also it will attract other suppliers or bidders na hindi pa nagpa-participate sa inyong procuring entity to participate in your procurement. Kasi nakikita nila, maganda ata yung ano dito sa DILG or sa anong LGU, maganda ata yung procurement nila. May mga procurement opportunities sila na maganda mag-participate tayo. So nakikita nila kasi nagpapatawag ka, nagpapublish ka na magkakaroon ka ng suppliers forum. So in DILG, we usually conducted an annual supplier and supply officers forum. So nahinto lang siya ng parang 2 years, yung 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic. So, ngayon, bumalik kami ulit. It's just last June na nagkaroon kami, but hybrid muna. Yung ating mga suppliers, naka-online sila, but the supply officers, naka-face-to-face na kami. So, it helps. Nakikita kong nakakatulong siya. Marami ng suppliers na nagpa-participate sa amin. Before, mapapansin ko, nung bago pa lang ako sa procurement, parang ang sumasali lang mga 2, 3, pero nakikita ko ngayon, sometimes kahit maliit na procurement lang, ang nakikita ko, ang sumasali sa amin, 19, 19, 20, may mga ganun pa. Minsan 20 plus. May isang procurement pa kami na umabot sa 30 yung aming suppliers na umattend. So meaning, nag-improve yung aming procurement. Marami ng suppliers na sumasali because of the yung binild namin na valuable suppliers relationship. Another is widen your network. Of course, hindi ka na lang mag-focus within your area, within your municipality. In procurement, you can involve the key stakeholders, especially kung hindi mo naman alam, hindi mo masyadong kabisado yung procurement. So, you can invite or you can ask inputs from other departments or from suppliers. Like for example, mag-invite ka ng isang forum, a small forum. So, for example, nagpo-procure ka ng IT, hindi mo naman expertise yun. Medyo high-tech yung ipo-procure mo. So you can invite sino yung mga available suppliers na pwedeng magbigay sa'yo nito or mag-procure or mag-participate in your procurement. And then you ask kung ano bang yung dapat. So, kumbaga parang nagkakaroon kayo ng focus group discussion para mabuo mo yung iyong technical specifications through their suggestions. Okay. Another is analytical skills that help decision making. Kasi kailangan din nating magde-decide, tama ba tong ginawa ko? Tama ba tong clean-up kong technical specification? In developing a project, especially when you are not so familiar, you can invite professionals, yung ating mga experts. You can invite experts with unbeatable analytical skills to help you with the project. Hindi naman, kung may pera ka, then you can hire a consultant, yung may bayad. Pero pag wala ka namang pera, then you can invite somebody from other agencies na sa tingin mo makakatulong sa iyo. So, to help you making your decision. And another one is sharp negotiating skill. So, kailangan meron ka nito. Hindi lang pwedeng basta post lang ka ng post. Alam mo naman na itong procurement, may part of it is, especially in alternative methods of procurement, meron doong negotiation, part ng negotiation. So, dapat meron ka ring skills nun. So, negotiating skills are the key to develop relationship. You can have valuable deal for your organization, and at the same time, the supplier is satisfied with the deal. So, usually yan nangyayari for the alternative methods of procurement. So, all in all, your target is to get the most advantageous cost, quality, and sustainability for the project and the services that meet the needs of the procuring entity. So, in short, when you say value for money, parang i-summarize mo, kailangan mong pag sinabi mong value for money, you can get the equivalent of your money. Yung mararamdaman mo na, ay, ito pala yung equivalent ng pera ko. Satisfied ako doon sa binili ko kasi worth siya doon sa price ng aking binili or yung sa cost or sa ABC na aking nilagay doon sa aking PR or doon sa aking PPMP. So, yan po yung ibig ng value for money. So, take note lang po sa ating mga tips para makita po natin or mararamdaman natin kung nag-i-improve ba yung ating procurement sa ating municipalities. Okay. Who are the players in procurement planning? So, meron po tayong 5. Ito yung mga players natin, the head of the procuring entity, the technical working group, the bids and awards committee and its secretariat, the budget office, and of course, the end user natin. Yung end user natin, huwag nating walain. Pag may mga training tayo, dapat isali po natin sila. The supply officers, kailangan po natin silang ipatrain para po alam nila kung ano po yung mga dapat gagawin nila. So, sino-sino ba to or sino ba tong sinasabi nating end user? For LGUs, usually, yung mga end users ng LGU or municipality, they are the different offices of the municipality. They are the proponent of the projects or usually, they are called the end user unit. Sometimes, meron ako isang pinag-lecturean sabi nila kasi it's just parang maliit na office lang, regional office. Ano po ba yung, sabi nila, ano po ba yung end user? Kasi po pala, kaya nila hindi naiintindihan yung end user. Kasi ang ginagawa lang, halimbawa, yung isang office, ibibigay, ay ito po yung bibilin para sa office namin. Parang listahan lang. So, yung si secretariat yung gumagawa ng PR, gumagawa ng PPMP, tapos siya rin nagko-consolidate ng APP, consolidate into APP, which is mali po yung proseso na yun. Dapat mag-originate lahat ng PR, PPMP, market study from the end user. Kasi sila po yung nakakaalam kung ano po yung mga kailangan nila. What are their requirements? So, dapat sila po yung magawa nun. Okay. Sino si end user, person, or organization that will use the projects and product? Kung ano yung binili natin, sila po yung gagamit. Kung ano yung binili ni Bak, sila po yung gagamit. Of course, since sila yung gagamit, they are responsible for formulating the requirements. So ano po ba yung mga requirements nila? Depende po sa kanila whether it is procurement of goods, services, or works, or consulting services. So sila rin yung nakakaalam ng budget nila. And of course, need the assistance of, kaya mayroon tayong budget office. Kasi doon natin kukunin kung hanggang saan lang yung budget ng isang office. Hindi tayo pwedeng mangarap ng marami. Baka akala natin yung pera natin, napakarami yung pala. Naglalagay ng marami doon sa ating PPMP, yung pala yung pera natin is kaperanggot lang. So, tamang-tama lang for our daily supply. So, may mga rin tayo. Kailangan din natin mag-check with the budget office para alam natin yung ating pera. The end user is responsible in the preparation, of course, of the PPMP and the indicative PPMP. So, as soon as tag-GAA for the national office and for the appropriation ordinance naman po sa LGUs becomes final, end user unit must refine the proposed PPMP to reflect the budgetary allocation of their respective PPAs. Sometimes sinasabi natin, ano ba yan? Nagre-reklamo na yung ating mga end user. Ano ba yan? Paulit-ulit. Sige tayo, balik-balik na lang, pabalik-balik na lang yung pag-revise natin because we will start with the support attachment as budget proposal, and then after the budget proposal, kung magkakaroon na ng for the national agency, magkakaroon na ng NEP. So, i-revise natin based on NEP. And for the LGUs, equivalent to NEP, kung ano po yung ini-issue ng LGUs, and then after the approval of the appropriation ordinance. So, pagkatapos dyan, the The end user will submit the final PPMPs to the back secretariat for the finalization of the proposed procurement entities APP. So, sino naman po si Budget Office? Si Budget Office or people receive the work and financial plan from the offices. Of course, kung isa-suma total natin, si Budget Office yung nakakaalam ng ating pera, yung nakakaalam ng ating budget. It prepares the budget proposal to be sent to PBM or to Sanggunian for the LGUs and provides copy of financial plan, work financial plan and propose PPMPs to bank. So, pwede rin para ma-counter-check, you can create, the HOPE can create an inspection committee. Sila po yung nag-receive or nag-i-inspect ng deliveries kung compliant with the technical specifications. So, importante din yung ating accountant at saka yung ating cashiers because payment to the suppliers complete the procurement process. Baka iniisip na ng back members, tapos na yung aking trabaho kasi na-award na yung pagkata. But as long as there is no payment, hindi pa po ligtas o hindi pa natapos yung responsibility ni BAC towards that procurement project. So, pwedeng during the implementation of the contract, maaaring wala na siyang responsibilities because it is between the head of the procuring entity and the end user and the suppliers, but still kailangan pa rin i-back doon kasi hindi pa siya bayad. And for the functions of the head of the procuring entity, the bids and awards committee, and the technical working group, I will not discuss it kasi alam ko na-discuss na po yan sa inyo kahapon for the procurement 101. So, hindi ko na siya uulitin para na alam ko naman na intindihan nyo na at alam nyo na kung ano yung mga functions ng HOPE, ng BAC at secretariat at yung technical working group. Okay. For the Philippine procurement paradigm, so let's go to the Philippine procurement paradigm. Actually, isang discuss lang nitong procurement paradigm, may intindihan mo na lahat or nandyan na lahat yung process ng ating procurement, makikita mo na siya. The Philippine procurement paradigm reflects the needs of the procuring entities and the manner to which these needs are being satisfied. So if you can see the arrow from the needs, identification of the needs to the satisfaction of the end user. So needs to satisfaction, yun yung kailangan nating maintindihan. Kung hindi maganda yung needs natin, kung hindi maganda yung pag-identify ng needs natin at paggawa natin ng mga kailangan for our requirements or for our needs, hindi rin masasatisfy yung ating mga end user. So it is not only enough that procuring entities know their needs, but essentially the determination of these needs should be based on extensive research and studies. So like market studies, feasibility studies, and cost-benefit analysis. Kailangan ikakandak natin lahat yan para maintindihan at makikita natin talaga ano ba talaga ang kailangan ng isang end user or isang procuring entity. So pag hindi po natin ginawa yan, hindi po tayo masasatisfy with our procurement. Kasi nga, kung medyo half-show lang yung paggawa natin, on the identification of the needs, of course, pagdating sa satisfaction, half-show lang din yung ating satisfaction. Okay. After the determination of the needs, so of course, ang gagawin na natin is magpe-prepare ng PPMP. And these needs, the needs will be reflected, or your needs or your requirements will be reflected in your PPMP or yung sinasabi nating Project Procurement Management Plan. Okay. When does the procurement planning comes in our procurement paradigm? Kailan mo ba papasok yung procurement planning? So if you can see in the procurement paradigm, it is divided into 4 quadrants. So or quadrants or procurement process. And it starts with identifying the needs and it goes with the process on how to satisfy your needs. So yung the arrow, needs to satisfaction. The procurement paradigm actually reflects how the procurement entity satisfy the needs of the end user unit. So kung yun yung sabi ko kanina, pag hindi maganda yung pag-prepare natin dito sa identification, wala ring satisfaction na mangyayari. Ang kailangan natin dito is, kung sinasabi natin procurement paradigm actually reflects how the procurement entity satisfy the needs of the end user. Ang tanong, satisfaction to what? Ano po ba yung satisfaction na sinasabi natin or nakalagay dyan sa screen natin? Of course, satisfaction to the response of the identified needs. So kung ano man yung nakalagay dun sa identified needs natin, dapat pagka-deliver sa'yo, pagka-deliver sa end user, satisfied po yung ating end user. Okay. The first quadrant is the identification of the needs, which is the responsibility ng ating end user. Going back to the actor, sino po yung may responsibilidad dito sa first quadrant? It's the end user. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, kailangan po ng ating mga end user units or mga representative from our end user unit o yung supply officer na tinatawag natin magkakaroon ng training. Kasi sa kanila po nanggagaling yung mga documents. Okay. In identifying the needs, it is best for the end user to conduct yung tatlo. The CBA, feasibility study, market study, to determine what would really be the need of the end user. Kasi pag hindi ka nagkakandak nitong tatlo, cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, or market study, hindi mo alam kung tama ba yung ginagawa mo, updated ka ba sa lahat ng i-procure mo, or hindi. So ano po ba yung ibig sabihin ng cost-benefit analysis? Cost-benefit analysis is about comparing an options. Kung sinasabi natin comparing an option, check the options that will benefit the procurement entity. Or yung sinasabi natin, check the options that benefit the procuring entity or end users before you start with the procurement or negotiation. Also, this will be your basis whether you will proceed with the negotiation or you will proceed with the procurement or not. Remember that in government procurement, it is always advantageous to the government. Pag nagpo-procure tayo, tinitingnan dyan, lagi ng ating nagre-review or nag-audit sa atin is it advantageous to the procuring entity? So, dapat makita doon in your procurement that it is advantageous to the procuring entity. What is feasibility study? It is a process of confirming that your project is feasible and makes sense. Baka naman, kung hindi ka nagkakandak ng feasibility study, akala mo okay na. Yun pala, hindi naman na kailangan or hindi naman siya feasible for you, for your office or as procuring entity. And also, you have to conduct feasibility study para makita mo kung kaya pa bang implement ito or talaga bang kailangan pa ito. So, for market analysis naman, ito usual natin ginagawa, yung market analysis. Yung market analysis, maraming pangalan yan, market study, market analysis, market sounding, market research. So, para-paraho lang yan lahat. Hindi yan magkakaiba. Magkakaiba lang yung dulo, pero yung start pa rin is nandun pa rin yung market study, market sounding, market research. So, market analysis, pareho lang yan. So, ano po ba yung market analysis or market study? It is the process of bringing your market knowledge to date. So, para aware ka na ito yung pala, updated ka, na ito pala yung existing sa market. Meaning, this is a study wherein you can determine the current price, market price, and the item that you are going to procure. Malalaman mo na it is still available in the market. Baka kasi sa copy-paste natin, kinokopya lang natin ito, hindi natin alam na outdated na pala. Phase out na pala siya sa market. Wala na pala siya sa market. Hindi mo na pala siya mabibili. So kahit ilang ulit ka pang pag-procure, wala ka pa rin mabibili dahil phase out na siya. This can also, na hindi lang yun dun sa price and saka availability in the market, this can also help the procuring entity determine the mode of procurement. For example, there are, nakita mo after the conduct of market study, nakita mo maraming bidders that will participate, possible bidders, prospective bidders that will participate in your procurement, then you can go with the public bidding. Kasi yung public bidding natin, regardless of the amount naman, hindi ibig sabihin na less than $1 million, hindi na tayo pwedeng magpa-public bidding. Public bidding or competitive bidding is the default mode of procurement. So, regardless kung hindi siya umabot ng 1 million, you can still use public bidding. So, after that, if you, sa tingin mo naman, based on your studies, it is limited only. The suppliers that will participate is limited only, and also that your procurement is highly technical, so limited lang po yung pwedeng mag-participate, then you can go with the limited source bidding. Yung mga highly technical equipment, you can use the limited source bidding. Then, after market study, you find out that only one bidder, exclusive bidder pala ang available dito sa Pilipinas. Pag sinabi natin exclusive, only one bidder dito sa buong Pilipinas, then you can go with direct contracting. But of course, i-discuss po yan sa inyo during your alternative methods of procurement lectures. Yung detailed discussion on that will be on the alternative methods of procurement. Okay. So needs means, ulitin ko lang, it is required because it is essential or important in the mandate of the procuring entity. While once the end user has the desire to possess. So ang binibili natin is pinoprocure natin using the government or the taxpayers' money is our need, not our wants. Okay. How to identify our needs or yung how to identify kung ano yung mga needs natin. Paano natin i-identify yan? Of course, we have to identify first our PPAs. Yung ating project, programs, and activities. So, for now, kailangan nag-start na tayo ng ating pag-identify for our project for 2023. Dapat tapos na tayo sa ating 2022. Mag-i-implement na lang tayo. Dapat bibili na lang tayo tapos implementation na tayo. Wala na tayong planning dito. Wala na tayong dapat idagdag for 2022. Kasi tapos na yung pagpaplano for 2022. Nalapit na tayo sa last quarter. So, and during the identification of the PPs, you have to distinguish ano po ba yung needs ng end user unit. You have to distinguish needs from wants. Then, kung magawa mo na, then you can start the preparation of the PPMP. When does you usually prepare your PPMP? Sige daw. For our PPMPs for 2023, dapat na-start na tayo. You have to prepare your PPMP or start planning as early as the release of the budget call. Kung ano man po yung equivalent to the municipality. Yung budget call kasi it's the term for the national. So, kung budget call din po yung sa municipalities or LGUs. So, upon the release of the budget call for 2023, you can start planning. In the preparation of the PPMP, you have to conduct yung sinasabi kong tatlo. Napaka-importante ng tatlo. Kasi kung hindi ka magkakandak ng market study, feasibility study, and cost-benefit analysis, maaring magkakaroon ng mga failure of biddings ang mangyayari doon sa iyong procurement. Okay. Usually, the market study, ginagawa natin ito for the procurement of goods, feasibility study, usual consulting services, and the cost-benefit analysis, usually for the procurement ng lease of real property and venue. Yan siya lagi yung nagiging basis natin. Okay. In preparing the market study, dapat the technical specifications and the quantity ng kailangan natin if it is goods is already indicated in your request. Diba? Pag nagma-market study tayo, nagsisend tayo ng quotations to different suppliers para makuha natin. Of course, nandun na yung technical specifications mo, nandun na yung quantity. Para napaka-importante na nandun yung quantity kasi magba-vary yung amount. Kung marami yung binibili mo, mas mababa yung i-quote sa'yo. So, magiging mababa yung APC mo. Pero pag kunti lang yung binibili mo, mas mataas yung magiging ABC. Kasi syempre, in every procurement, yung mga suppliers natin, we have also to consider yung mga direct, indirect cost nila, yung mga permits, kung ano pa yung mga ibang binabayaran nila in order to participate in a government procurement. Okay. Ulitin ko lang, sino yung actors natin dito sa first quadrant? It is the end user unit. But since the end user is the one crafting the technical specifications, TOR or scope of works, pag hindi naman sa tingin ng end user, kailangan ko na ng tulong. And then you can ask the assistance of the TWG. The TWG naman, the back TWG is not exclusive for the Bids and Awards Committee. They can also assist the end user in crafting the technical specs, TOR, or scope of work. And then for the second quadrant, process is assessment. So ano po bang nakalagay doon sa assessment? We have to review the feasibility market studies, consolidate into annual procurement plan, decide procurement method, approve APP, determine the readiness of the procurement. Why do we need assessment? We need assessment to see to it that the needs that we identified, or the needs that identified by the end user unit is already ready. The specific, especially in the preparation of the technical specifications, in the preparation of the TOR, scope of work for infrastructure projects, dapat po bago natin ipasa doon sa back, naka-ready na siya. So, di ba, first natin gagawin, identify. So, kung na-identify na, may PPMP na natin. May PPMP na tayo. And then, kung meron na tayo, pwede na tayong mag-request ng procurement. So, pwede natin ipa-procure. So, ano po ba yung mga requirements for procurement? Of course, nandun na yung mga PR, nandun na yung mga market study, nandun na yung ating PPMP, isubmit natin sa secretariat, isasabit natin sa back through secretariat. Yan po yung ina-assess ng ating Bids and Awards Committee kung ready na ba talaga ito, complete na ba itong mga documents, pwede na bang i-procure ito. And then, i-check din kung nasubmit na yung PPMP, then the back secretariat will consolidate the PPMPs to APPs. And then, part of it, kung makikita natin, ipapakita ko sa inyo mamaya, that part of it, makikita nyo doon pa lang sa PPMP, meron ng recommendations. Meron na tayong recommendations for the mode of procurement. But the final recommendation for the mode of procurement is coming from the Bids and Awards Committee. Kasi into consolidation, the back will decide whether to consolidate everything and make it one procurement. So, depende po yan sa recommendation ng back. So, like for example, after consolidation, nakita natin sa APP na maraming magkapareho from different offices. So, pwede i-consolidate yan into one procurement and then magiging iba na yung mode of procurement. Kung original from the PPMPs, ang mode of procurement natin is a small value committee. Then, after the consolidation, nagiging public bidding na siya. So, yung magiging mode of procurement na ipapasa natin doon sa head of the procuring entity. Pag yun po yung na-approve ng head of the procuring entity, then yun po yung magiging mode of procurement natin in the APP. So, approve APP, kailangan din natin yon. Ang sinong nag-a-approve ng ating APP is the head of the procuring entity. Once the APP is approved, the BAC will determine whether the procurement is already ready. So, pag ready na po yung ating procurement, then we can proceed with the third quadrant, the procure. So, kailan po ba mag-start yung ating procurement proper or procurement process? So, mag-start po yung procurement process natin on the posting or advertisement of the bid opportunities. So, sa third quadrant po, yung ating procurement mag-start. Meron na tayong posting, post and advertise opportunity, then including, kasama din dyan, magkakaroon tayo ng pre-bid, magkakaroon tayo ng opening and evaluation of the bids, then mag-post qualify tayo or post disqualified, depende po kung anong magiging result, then if na-post qualify po, award and enter into a contract. Then proceed tayo with the fourth quadrant. Dito na tayo sa implementation of the contract and implementation of the contract. Ano po yung nangyayari dyan sa implementation? Dapat merong mag-oversee on the implementation of the contract. Sino po yung nag-oversee on the implementation of the contract? It is the end user unit. So any changes, kung magkakaroon ng changes in the contract, magkakaroon ng changes ng schedule, dapat may approval po si head of the procuring entity. Hindi po pwedeng si end user lang, okay lang, go, sige, i-change nyo, okay lang. Hindi po. Dapat may approval po si head of the procuring entity for any changes in the contract or during the implementation of the contract. Papasok na rin dyan yung sinasabi ko kanina, inspection team or inspection committee. Sila po ang nag-i-inspect and accept the deliveries of the goods. So, pag sinabi po ni inspection committee na this is not compliant with the technical specifications provided in the purchase order, and then pag sinabi niya pwedeng hindi po natin i-accept yung ating deliveries. Then, if you are satisfied, going to the arrow down, if you are satisfied with the deliveries, then you can release the payment. Meaning, you can start processing the payment para po ma-release po natin yung ating payment. Mababayaran po natin yung ating supplier. Okay. Delays and failure of bidding. So, ano po ba yung mga causes on delays and failure of bidding? So, the diagram is based on the outcome of the APCPI confirmation report of different participating agencies. Kasama po ang DILG doon. Yung sa laging kinoconfirm. Pilot po ang DILG sa pagpapakonfirm ng APCPI. So, since the start of the APCPI, nagpa-participate at nagpapakonfirm na talaga yung DILG every year. So, what are the causes? Nakikita natin based on the APCPI report, ano po ba yung mga rason kung bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng failures of bidding. So, number one is the approval review process. Ano po ba yung approval review process? Meron tayong 14% example ng approval of review process, yung approval of the contracts, approval of NOAA, and the approval of NTP. Minsan, may mga timeline yan na dapat nating sundin for the approval of the contracts, approval of the NOAA, approval of the NTP. So, hindi po nasusunod yun, kaya nagkakaroon ng delays yung ating procurement. Another is late release of SARO. So, minsan, hindi natin napoprocure, especially those procurement na needing SARO or needing clearance or needing SARO, hindi tayo makastart with the procurement without the release of the SARO. So, yan naman po is 5%. Then, low number of bidders. Yung low number of bidders, medyo malaki-laki, 22. Maraming causes kung bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng low number of bidders. Pwede dyan is yung masyadong mababa yung budget natin or yung ating ABC. So, kung masyadong mababa yung ating budget, of course, the bidders or suppliers will not participate kasi wala naman silang kikitain doon. So, hindi na sila sasali. And also, if the technical specification is naka-tailored fit naman sa mga ilang brand naman ng halimbawa equipment yung binibili natin, naka-tailored fit naman po siya doon sa isang brand o dalawang brand. So, kung sino lang yung pwede mag-participate. So, low pa rin yung number of bidders natin. So, yan po sa mga isa lang or dalawa lang sa mga samples natin na causes ng low number of bidders. Another is inadequate training, varying interpretation of the rules. So ito naman, this was already addressed by the GPPB TSO by conducting training on RA 9184. An example po dito, yung ating ginagawa today, na nagkakaroon tayo ng training, napakaswerte nyo nga, sabi ko nga kanina, napakaswerte nyo, kasi mismong si GPPB na ang nagkakandak ng training para sa inyo, para sa MLGUs, magkakaroon, last year meron din silang MLGUs, so para nakakonsentrate sila sa mga municipalities na magkakaroon ng training on RA 9184. So they provide module in every topic so that all back members natin, procurement practitioners must have the same interpretation on RA 9184. And besides, pwede nating i-check from time to time. Diba? High-tech na nga tayo. Katulad ng training natin. Online na lang yung mga training natin. Hindi na natin kailangan pumunta sa isang venue para mag-face-to-face. Pero sabi ko nga kay Ma'am Mitch kanina na iba talaga pag face-to-face. Kasi at least nakikita mo yung reaction ng iyong participant. Makikita mo yung participant na natutulog. Pero pag naka-online lang tayo, hindi natin malalaman kung natutulog ba yung participants natin while listening to sa amin habang nagle-lecture. So, makita mo yung face-to-face kasi pwedeng pag nakita mong may natutulog, pwede mong lapitan unti. Kunyari, doon ka nagle-lecture para magising. So, yung mga ganon. Or may mga iba talaga yung face-to-face. But still, considering na meron pa rin tayong pandemic, at least kahit pa paano, hindi face-to-face, pero malaking tulong sa nakikita ko, napakalaking tulong yung online training for municipalities ang ginawa ng GPPB. So marami po, since last year, nakikita ko, ang dami pong nagpa-participate, ang dami pong nag-a-attend dito sa training na ito. And another is lack of manpower. Before pala pupunta ako sa lack of manpower, in addition to that, para hindi paiba-iba yung ating interpretation, you can also check the website of the GPPB. Marami kayong matutunan doon kasi nandun na lahat yung mga issuance, yung mga resolutions, yung mga updates, makikita nyo doon sa website ng GPPB. Okay. Lack of manpower, 6%. So, for the national government na address na ito, yung lack of manpower, na-address na po ito ng GPPB by the issuance of National Budget Circular 2015-558, wherein every procuring entity that is qualified with the requirements na nakalagay po dyan sa National Budget Circular na yan is pwedeng mag-hire pwedeng magkakaroon ng plantilla position. So like for example, sa DILG, nagsimula kaming section until naging division. Because of our proposal na dito, because of itong national budget circular, ito po yung ginamit namin. So, ginamit namin justification para magkaroon ng additional manpower na plantilla, nakafocus na talaga on the procurement. And I understand na doon sa LGUs, alam kong ad hoc pa rin yung inyong mga secretariat, but nakalagay naman po sa batas natin, pag ad hoc yung secretariat natin, the head of the procuring entity can assign somebody to assist the secretariat or to act as secretariat para po mabilis yung pagkakandak natin ng procurement. And of course, you can see the 50%. You can see in your screen, what is the 50%? That's planning. So meaning, nandoon yung concentration for the cost ng delays or failures of bidding. Ang number one is poor cost estimate. Whether this is underestimated cost or overpriced. Kasama po dito, 11%. usually, if underestimated, this will result to a lower number of bidders. Kasama din siya. Kasi masyadong mababa yung iyong price. Baka naman naplano mo ito long time ago tapos hindi ka naglagay ng inflation. Kaya nami-maintain mo pa rin yung iyong budget. Sometimes sinasabi kasi hindi nag-conduct ng thorough market study. Kumbaga, nag-copy-paste lang. Tapos, biglang nagpa-procure ngayon. Sasabihin, nung nag-conduct, since we require, naka-ISO kasi ang DILG sa procurement, then we require as attachment the market study. So, when the end user conducted the market study, nakita nila na mas mababa yung nakalagay doon sa PPMP nila. So, nag-inquire sa amin ano po yung gagawin nila. Ang una ko lang tanong, ano po bang ginawa nyo? How you come up with that amount? Ang sagot sa akin, yan po kasi yung budget namin. So, yan po kasi yung budget. Paano nyo na-come up yung budget? Ang sagot, yan ang budget namin. Meaning, hindi po sila, nung ginawa nila yung PPMP nila, ginawa nila yung, during the budget proposal, ginawa nila yung PPMP nila, hindi sila nag-conduct ng talagang intensive research, market study, hindi sila nag-conduct noon para malaman nila kung eto ba magkano yung price, then you have to determine the timeline kung kailan, then you have to add an inflation rate para kung sakaling tumaas na yung presyo ng bibilin mo, meron ka pa rin pagkukuhanan o may pera ka pa rin. So, napaka-importante yung pagkakandak natin ng intensive study ng ating market study. Hindi lang po tayo pwedeng mag-copy-paste or titingin tayo sa, ay, meron ako niyan last year. Sabihin natin, ay, meron ako niyan last year. Kupiyahin ko na lang yun. Pareho lang naman yun. So, yun na rin yung presyo ilalagay ko. So, ang tendency that will cause failure or delays in procurement. Another one is 17% problem on technical specification terms of reference. This was also addressed by the GPPB. Meron na tayong module for that. Nagkakaroon na tayo ng training na in crafting the technical specifications. By starting tomorrow nga, yun yung training namin. 22 up to 25 for crafting the technical specifications, but ang twist lang doon, nilagyan ko ng workshop para to see to it, makita ko yung ating mga end users, aming mga end users, kung talagang yung lecture hindi lang nakinig dito sa isang tainga, tapos lumabas sa kabilang tainga, titingnan namin kung talaga bang nakinig sila at ma-apply nila yung pinakinggan nila. So, magkakaroon kami ng workshop after the lecture, then the afternoon, may workshop para ma-sure lang na talagang i-apply nila yung or nakikinig sila during the lecture. Kasi sayang po yung pinapakinggan nating lecture kung hindi naman natin i-apply sa actual. And another is the 22% end users late submission of the purchase request. Of course, magiging cost talaga yan ng delay and failure of bidding because late ka na nag-submit ng PR. And bakit ka late nag-submit ng PR? Kasi hindi po na plano ng maigi. Plinano mo lang, parang afterthought. Antayin ko na lang matapos yung ma-approve yung appropriation ordinance para makita ko magkano talaga yung budget ko. Saka na lang ako gagawa ng PPMP. So in short, hindi mo siya plinano. Even in your proposal, hindi mo siya plinano. And then the tendency is late na lahat yung procurement documents mo, then magkakaroon ka ng delays or worse, magkakaroon ka ng failure of bidding. So yan po yung ating mga causes of delays and failures of bidding. Dito sa next slide, makikita natin saan ba yung cause ng ating delay. So, pag nakikita nyo, it's in the first and second quadrant. So, hindi lang sabihin natin, ay, ang mga kasalanan nito yung ating end user lang. Depende po. Kaya sabi nga nila, di tayo sure. Kasi, first and second quadrant, sino yung ating mga actor? The end user. Pwede ring TWG kung nanghingi ng assistance yung ating yung ating end user. But on the second quadrant, sino po yung ating mga actor dyan? Nandyan na halos lahat. Nandyan na yung ating back, nandyan na yung ating hope, nandyan na yung ating secretariat, TWG, and the end user. So, depende kung saan nag-cause ng delay. It's either in the first quadrant ba or during the assessment and review of the document submitted by the end user unit. So, that's 50% of failure of bidding is attributed to poor planning. Napakalaki po yung poor planning, meaning hindi talaga maganda yung pagplano natin sa ating procurement. Mahirap yung magka-copy-paste lang. Dapat tutukan. Sabi ko nga doon, ang pagiging supply officer is hindi madaling trabaho. Huwag nating sabihin na, supply officers lang yan. Supply officer lang ako. Marami pong ginagampang ng malaking responsibilidad yung ating mga supply officers. Okay. Procurement planning. Ano po ba yung procurement planning? Ang procurement planning is the process of determining the following. First, what to buy. So, ano ba yung binibili natin? So, ano yung ginagawa natin? What to buy? Ano yung binibili natin? Identify what you are going to procure. What is your requirement? What is your procurement project? So, balik tayo ulit dun sa identification. So, alamin natin, is it procurement of goods, procurement of infrastructure projects, or consulting services? The next one is, how many do you need? Alamin natin yung quantity. So, dapat i-identify natin yung quantity or items. Example, for goods, you have to determine how many do you need. For infra, kung ang ano natin is, halimbawa, road, yung length, what is the length of the road? If your project is the road, yung sinasabi nilang road from farm to market. So, alamin mo kung anong length ang kailangan mo, and consulting services naman yan, how many consultants do you need? So, why is it important to determine the quantities? Bakit kailangan natin i-determine yung quantities? Especially in goods. It is important to determine the quantity in order to determine the price. Dapat alam din natin because minsan, pag bulk buying yan, a bulk buying is cheaper compared to small quantity lang. Pansinin nyo yan sa procurement nyo. Pag public bidding, pababaan talaga. Pababaan, lalo na pag maraming nagpa-participate na nagmamatsyag din nating mga bidders eh. Tinitingnan din nila yan, marami bang magpa-participate? Kung minsan makikita mo, 2 envelope dala-dala. So, marami bang nagpa-participate? Pag nakita nilang maraming nagpa-participate, itong isang envelope ang isasubmit. Pag nakita nila, ay, ako lang mag-isa, itong isang envelope yung isasubmit. So, may mga ganon. Kung observant lang yung secretariat, kung observant lang kayo, habang nagre-receive, makikita na may mga ganong reaction yung ating mga bidders, which is, ano rin naman sa kanila yon. Siyempre, kita din nila yon. Pag tinignan nila na maraming bidders, of course, magda-dive sila, babaan nila yung presyo nila. Pero sa tingin nila na unti lang naman pala yung bidder, so ito na lang isasubmit ko para kikita pa ako ng mas malaki. Then, what are the details? When we talk about details, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is the technical specifications. So, this refers to the identification of technical specifications, yung ating terms of reference or scope of work. The technical specifications must be complete in order for the supplier to deliver what you require. Kasi kung hindi naman complete yung iyong technical specifications, so malamang sa malamang, hindi yung complete yung matatanggap ninyo. Like for example, ilalagay mo lang, napakasimpleng na lang, samples, sabihin mo, bibili kang ballpen, lagay mo lang ballpen. Sa tingin mo ba, matatanggap mo yung or madideliver sa'yo yung gusto mo? Yung pala ang gusto mo is ballpen, yung color blue, then 0.5 or 0.75 tapos fine point. Napaka-exing description pero complete siya. So, pag nakita ng supplier, makikita na, ito yung kailangan niya. So, minsan nga, pag nakikita ng supplier, ito, pasok sa budget nila, ito yung i-deliver ko. So, masasatisfy yung ating end user. Another is, what is the cost? So, kung ang cost ang pinag-uusapan natin, it is the ABC. So, in the conduct of market study, you have to indicate the quantity para malalaman mo kung ano ba talaga yung amount. Because the amount of the product to be procured will vary on the quantity. Yung nabanggit ko na nga kanina, pag bulk buying, mas lesser or cheaper yung price. The source of the, tandaan natin lagi na the source of the ABC, para hindi tayo magkakaroon ng failure, the source of the ABC is the market study. And banggit ko na-discuss ko na kanina that ano yung purpose ng market study, di ba? Yung market study is for us to be updated on the market price and the availability of the item that we're going to procure in the market para malaman natin kung pwede pala akong bumili nito. Ito pala yung current price niya ngayon. So, hindi ko na kailangan maglagay ng inflation na mataas. So, kung maglalagay man ako ng inflation, considering na especially for the gasoline, gasoline ngayon, nagpa-fluctuate yung ating tataas, bababa, tataas, bababa. So, mas maganda pag may inflation rate ka na naka-abang or naka-add on with your ABC para pag sakaling with your budget para sakaling kailanganin mo may pera ka pang pagkukuhanan. And then next is when you need it. So when you need it, we're talking about the timeline or milestones. Here you identify when do you need to deliver. When do you need the consultant to deliver the output? When do you need for the contractor to complete the project? So, especially kung printing or yung ating printing or yung ating mga AVPs na pinapaprocure, dapat kailangan meron din tayong deadline or timeline. Kasi pagpabayaan lang natin yung matagal na pagsagutan ay pag-correct yung i-check, tapos i-approve, tapos wala tayong timeline. So, baka matatapos tayo sa susunod na taon pa. So, dapat magagawa din tayo ng timeline. Kami usually, pag printing ginagawa namin, dapat nakalagay doon kung may kasamang layout, hindi kasama yung layout, kasi nag-i-indicate, nag-additional cost din yun pagkasama yung layout. And then, hinihinga namin, what is your timeline? Para din, pumasok din naman sa procurement process natin. Pumasok din naman siya sa timeline. Hindi naman masyadong mahaba. Kasi pag masyadong mahaba yung timeline mo, makikita din yan doon sa iyong APCPI or yung doon sa ating PMR. Napakatagal naman nitong pag-procure na ito. Inabot ng 1 taon bago na-complete. So kasi nga, especially for public bidding, more than 1 million, ipopost natin yung contract, ipopost natin kung hindi pa nagka-close yung ating contract kasi hindi nga nag-intindihan pa yung ating supplier at saka end user. So madidelay din tayo. Affected din yung ating mga bidders. And then how to source it. So ano po ba yung source natin? What procurement modalities you are going to use? So whether it is public bidding or ang ating modality is alternative methods of procurement. Okay. Objectives. Schedule in advance. Number 1, schedule in advance. Schedule in advance so that hindi tayo magkakaroon ng procurement overload. Especially kung ang back secretariat natin ay mga ad hoc secretariat and not plantilla position. So, advantage kung plantilla position sila kasi nandoon na yung oras nila, naka-devote yung oras nila. Pero pag ad hoc, on top of your duties, so marami ka pang ibang gagawin bago mo magawa yung pagiging back secretariat mo. And then, ensures overall goal achieved effectively and efficiently. To ensure that the overall goal is achieved effectively and efficiently, meaning you have to properly implement the project para makita na yung overall goal mo na-achieve mo effectively and efficiently. And preclude unnecessary purchases and circumventions. Ang usual, pag hindi ka nakaplano ng maigi, maaga, maayos, marami kang mga unnecessary purchases, kung minsan maabot ka pa sa circumvention of the law. So if you are doing the procurement planning, you can avoid the unnecessary purchases. You can avoid the circumvention of the procurement procedures. You can avoid yung mga advanced deliveries, mga suki system, mga unwarranted resort to alternative methods of procurement. Kasi nga, planado yung ating pagpo-procure. Kailangan lang natin i-follow yung timeline natin. Hindi yung antayin natin yung approval ng GAA. Dapat during the proposal pala, upon the release, yan nga sabi ko kanina, upon the release of the budget call, kailangan na nating ma-process yung ating plano, kumbaga, magawa na natin yung ating PPMP. So, ano po ba yung mga example ng ating unnecessary government purchases? Parang at the end of the year, sa tingin mo marami ka pang pera, then nagplano ka bigla, bibili ako ng ganito kahit hindi naman align with your mandate. So, yung mga ganon. Yung circumvention of the procurement procedures, yung mga pagbababa. For example, ito true to life man, nangyayari sa lahat. Sabi mo, ito yung sabi ng isang opisina, kailangan daw po ni boss ito ipapaprocure. So, tinignan mo, may posting. So, of course, kung may posting, mahaba yung time kasi magkakaroon ka pa ng ilang days for posting, antayin mo pang mag-close yung posting. So, sabi na, pwede ko bang babaan yung quantity or yung quantity para bababa yung price, maging less than 50 na lang, wala nang posting. That's circumvention. Tapos sabihin mo, sa susunod mo na lang ipaprocure. So anong tawag doon? That's circumvention of the procurement procedures. Kasi originally, may posting talaga siya. So, gusto mo lang mapagbigyan, gusto mo lang ma-procure, in-advisean mo na, bawasan mo yung quantity mo para hindi na aabot ng 50, madali na lang yung pag-procure. Also, nangyayari din yan to avoid public bidding. So, babawasan mo rin yung quantity mo, mag-ano ka na lang, mag-repeat order ka na lang para hindi public bidding. Una, mali na yon. Kasi pwede lang yung repeat order pag public bidding, di ba? So yung mga ganong senaryo, babawasan mo para lang ma-avoid kung ano yung dapat tama. That's the circumvention of the law na hindi natin dapat ginagawa. In value for money, I think I've discussed this value for money. So same pa rin yung discussion and then I will skip na lang this value for money. Okay, challenges in procurement planning. Ano po ba yung mga challenges in procurement planning? Number one, lack of or insufficient proper market study and cost-benefit analysis. So lack of or insufficient proper market study and cost-benefit analysis, talagang napaka-importante nito. So, ang kalabasan niyan, poor planning because most of the procuring entity, not all, but most of the procuring entity does not conduct extensive, or not the procuring entity, but most of the end user units does not conduct an extensive study such as market study, CBA, and feasibility study. So pag tinamad ka, nag-copy-paste ka lang, kinapi mo yung last year, kinapi mo yung last year, kinapi mo yung basta copy-paste every year. Tapos at the end of the day, hindi mo pala mapoprocure kasi yung copy-paste mo, kahit yung mga toners ng iyong mga printer na sira na pala or na return to stock na dahil kinopy-paste mo nandoon pa. So nakastock yung mga toners mo, hindi na magagamit, natutuyo na lang dahil sa copy-paste. Ang kailangan natin is extensive study. Kailangan po yun para maging maayos yung ating procurement. Another is proposed project set in the project procurement management plan, not planned oftentimes. Not planned, oftentimes thought on after the budget enacted. So, yan din yung nabanggit ko kanina, antayin na lang yun natin, saka na tayo gagawa ng PPMP. Yan na lang muna. Yung mga ganun patay. Yan na lang muna, sabit mo na yan just for compliance kasi may deadline. So yan na lang muna, saka na natin yan ayusin pag na-approve na yung budget natin. So pagdating sa approval ng budget, hindi ka na makapag-isip ngayon kasi kailangan mo na, ito, malaki pala yung pera mo, hindi mo na alam kung anong gagawin mo, hindi mo na ma-implement yung project mo. So, isa yan sa mga challenges. Kaya, kailangan mag-start pa rin tayo ng ating plano ng maaga. Okay. Another is lack or limited trainings or experience in crafting TORs and or technical specifications. So, address na nga po ito kasi we have already, the GPPB already crafted a module for the training ng technical specification writing and costing. So, marami po tayong makita. Although, dito sa procurement planning natin, may mga pasadang how to come up with the ABC, how to prepare the market study, pero may separate trainings or separate module for the technical specification writings and costing. Effects in procurement. Ano po yung effects in procurement? Failure of bidding, delay in procurement, and ineffective procurement. For failure to procure is failure to provide services to the people. Delays in procurement is equivalent to delays in public service delivery. So, yan po yung ating mga titingnan. Kung ito yung effects because of the poor planning, ang tawag natin dyan, poor planning, hindi natin pinano ng maigi yung ating procurement, tinake for granted natin yung procurement, ang magiging effects dyan later on is failure of bidding, delay in procurement, and ineffective procurement. At makikita po yan ng ating GPPB TSO kasi nagsasabit po tayo sa kanila ng ating APP, PMR, and yung ating APCPI. So makikita nila kung efficient ba tayo or effective ba yung ating procurement or hindi. Okay. Best procurement management. So, the golden circle. The best procurement management or yung sinasabi natin yung seamless procurement management, meaning sinasabi na no obstruction, wala no missing link, no disconnection. When we say seamless or better procurement management, it is important that all agencies of the government must understand the golden circle for better procurement management. This is developed by Simon Sinek. He is an author of the book that start with why. Great leaders inspire everyone to take actions. Anong ibig sabihin nitong golden circle na to? We have the yung inner circle, meron tayong outer, meron tayong middle. So, what, how, and why. So what? Every organization on the planet knows what they do. So, alam mo halos lahat. These are the products they sell or the services they offer. Here, parang everybody knows the potential of the suppliers. What are the potentials of the products that they sell and the services they offer? So, yun po yung what. Yun yung parang, alam na, kung isang tingin mo, alam ko na yan. Kilala ko na yan. Parang ganun ang dating sa'yo. How? Some organizations know how they do it, but these are the things that make them special or set them apart from their competition. Meaning not all knows that how they do their products. You know the product that they offer, but not everybody knows that there is one product among the offer that has unique quality. Or this is yung tinatawag nating X factor that make them special or set them apart from their competitors. So example, if you are going to buy cell phone, so like Samsung versus iPhone, so you have to check the X factor that you think make the cell phone that you are going to buy unique or special that set them apart. So, ano ba talaga pag iPhone ba bibilin ko? Ano po ba yung meron sa iPhone na wala sa Samsung? So, yung mga ganong idea. And then, of course, the why. Very few organizations know why they do what they do. So, why is that about making money? Hindi siya about making money na parang kikita lang ako, okay na ako. That's a result. Ang after nila is the result or the satisfaction. Why is the purpose, cause, or belief? It is the very reason your organization exists. Kung ito yung i-choose mo, why? Here, the objective is the quality of their objective is the quality of their product. Not more on money. Not more nakikita sila. Basta, ang gusto nila is masatisfy doon sa quality ng product nila. So, hindi lang dapat price lang ang titingnan natin, but also the outcome as a whole. Dapat mas malalim ang ating analysis in every procurement that we undertake or that you are undertaken. So, hindi lang tayo mag-concentrate on the price. Simon Sinek said in his book, Start Why Great Leaders Inspire Everyone to Take Action. People don't just buy what you do, but they buy why you do it, and what you do is simply proves what you believe. According to him, there are only two ways to influence human behavior. You can manipulate or you can inspire. But Simon also said that great companies don't hire skilled people and motivate them, but they hire motivated people and inspire them. So, yan po yung ibig sabihin ng golden circle. So, you relate that to your procurement process. So, saan ba dito yung pipiliin natin? What, how, or why? Okay. I think we will go to the knowledge check first. And after that, we will resume to our tingnan natin dito sa knowledge check kung nakinig po ba yung ating mga participants or natutulog na. Okay, ma'am, back to you.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Leslie. Tama po, no? By this knowledge check, we can check po or we can determine if the participants really participate and kung nakinig po talaga sila sa inyong lecture. So, as discussed po yesterday, we will be flashing series of knowledge check questions through the Zoom polling feature, and all we have to do is choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed on our screens. So, our technical team, may I request for our first question. So, the question is, when was the GPRA enacted? Is it A?
Parang sa Procurement 101 na question yan, ma'am.
I think we have an incorrect poll posted.
Yes.
May I request our technical team to flash our poll question for the procurement planning module session. So here is the question. Procurement planning is the process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services within the project organization. Again, procurement planning is the process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services within the project organization. Is it A, true, or B, false? Cast in your answers. So for our Facebook Live and YouTube Live viewers, you may also participate just by commenting your answers through our comment section. So right now we have 68% who participated the poll. Keep it all coming. So just a gentle reminder po again to our Zoom participants to change your name using the required format, which is the MLGU name _ your full name for us to properly identify and monitor your attendance to this virtual event. So we will be closing the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So can we share the result, please? Okay, for the result, we have 100% A, true. Ma'am Leslie, tama po ba sila
Gising sila lahat.
sa kanilang
And
sagot?
hi, kumusta mga kababayan? Aking mga kababayang Bisaya. May buntag sa inyong tanan. Oy, believe naman ako, this is my first time on 100%, so I don't need to discuss the answer. Kasi actually, ang procurement process, the answer is really true. The procurement process kasi is process of determining yung diniscuss natin kanina isa-isa, yung what to buy, how many do you need, what are the details, what are the costs, when do you need it, and how to source it. So kung makuha lang natin yung 6 na yon, alam na natin what is procurement plan. Congratulations to all, 100%. Just ko hindi ako makakaano. So gising pa sila lahat. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you po, Ma'am Leslie. So again, congratulations po to everyone who participated. 100% po ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. So sana po sa susunod na knowledge check, makakuha ulit po tayo ng 100% and we all participate on our poll questions. So we now proceed to our lecture proper again.
We'll go to our next topic, procurement planning and budget linkage. So, procurement planning and budget linkage must always go hand in hand. So, sabi lagi daw magkasama yan. Kasi if you have plans, you should have budget. That is why, yung sinasabi natin naka-link sila to each other. Pag may plan ka, dapat may budget ka. Pag may budget ka, dapat may plano ka. Planning cannot stand alone, and budget cannot stand alone. So, dapat magkasama sila para pag may plano, may pera or may budget ka. Okay. Procurement planning and budget linkage. Our legal basis for this is like Section 7.1 of the revised IRR. It says that all procurement shall be within the approved budget of the procuring entity and should be meticulously and judiciously planned by the procuring entity. When we say judiciously planned, shows reason and good judgment in making decision. So, how do you do that? Paano mo ba magkakaroon ng reason and good judgment? By conducting a market study on the part of the end user unit and assess well on the part of the back whether the procurement is ready na ba talaga. So, i-check din natin para hindi rin tayo magkakaproblema sa bandang huli. And consistent with the government fiscal discipline measures. Consistent with the government fiscal measures, meaning spending within your means, spending on the right thing, and getting value for money at the most advantageous to the government. Okay. Yan po yung ating consistent with the government fiscal measures. Annual procurement plan shall include provisions for foreseeable emergencies based on the historical records. So, meron tayong mga foreseeable. Sinasabi natin foreseeable. Iba yung unforeseeable emergencies. Unforeseen emergencies. Ito naman foreseeable emergencies. So, alam mong mangyayari ito, pero hindi mo alam kung kailan. So, pag hindi mo alam kung kailan, pero alam mo na mangyayari, then you have to include this in your plan, in your PPMP. Ano po ba yung mga example nito? Yung ating mga procurement ng gulong. Hindi naman natin alam kung kailan puputok yung gulong ng ating sasakyan. Maaaring hindi pa siya umabot dun sa expiration, pumutok na siya, o lumagpas sa expiration, pero hindi pa siya pumutok. But you know that na mangyayari yung pagputok ng gulong. Another one is napupundi yung ilaw. So yan po yung mga kailangan nating isama sa ating APP or PPMP based on our historical records. Check mo doon sa yung inyong history, yung records ninyo, kailan ba dapat magpalit ng gulong? Kailan ba ako dapat mag-program para pambili ng gulong? Isasama ko yung pagbili ng gulong. So you have to check that para ma-considered mo din siya. Okay. Considered crucial to the efficient discharge of government function required in a day-to-day operations in pursuit of the principal mandate of the procuring entity concerned. O kanina pa ulit-ulit ako na dapat yung binibili natin is align in the pursuit of our mandate, or align with the mandate of the procuring entity, or aligned with the mandate of the end user unit. So required to the day-to-day operations. So ano po ba yung mga binibili natin in the day-to-day operation ginagamit natin? So yung ating mga pen paper, so yung mga araw-araw natin ginagamit, depende doon sa mandate natin. Magkaiba po yung mandate natin. Sa legal, iba din yung mga kailangan nila. Sa accounting, iba yung kailangan nila. Sa HR, iba yung kailangan nila. So magkaiba-iba po yung ating mandate kahit isang municipality lang tayo. Okay. Procurement planning and budget linkage. Another legal provisions or another legal basis, Section 7.2 of the revised IRR. No procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. Take note for the Secretariat, dapat pag nag-submit sa inyo ng any documents, procurement documents, or any request for procurement, ang una nyong titingnan at ang una nyong i-check is the APP. Is it in the list of the APP? Naka-indicate po ba siya doon? Pag wala, and then you have to update your APP muna. Kailangan mo munang mag-update ng APP, ilagay mo siya, and kung ma-approve na yung APP, saka ka lang mag-start ng procurement process. Kasi ang nakalagay, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved. Pag-approve, meaning signed by the head of the procuring entity na yung ating annual procurement plan. Approval of the APP by the head of the procuring entity or designated second-ranking official is a mandatory requirement before you can start with your procurement. Okay. Procurement planning timeline. If you can see the procurement planning timeline, so meron tayong procurement identification, saan mo makikita? March of current year. January of current year, ano kinakandak mo? Cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, market study. Sino nagagawa nun? End user unit. For the March, gagawa ka na ng PPMP, meaning nagawa mo na yung cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, and market study. Then procurement assessment. From March then, ipapasa mo na rin yung iyong PPMP to the back secretariat for consolidation into APP. And then by April, approval of indicative APP and budget proposal. Kailangan din ina-approve yung indicative APP. Kasi yung indicative APP natin, ina-attach natin yun as a proposal natin. Dahil tinitingnan din po yun. So kahit naman sino yung mag-a-approve ng budget, tinitingnan feasible ba ito o tama ba ito, kailangan ba ito, ano yung mga supporting documents sa mga bibilhin. So i-check po nila yung inyong indicative APP. And then by July of current year, revision of the PPMP and indicative APP based on NEP. So kung may NEP na tayo or equivalent document for the municipalities, kung may NEP na tayo, titingnan na natin doon ano po ba yung mga posibleng i-approve sa appropriation ordinance. So ano po ba yung dapat naming baguhin dito? Then pag meron kailangang baguhin yung ating end user, then they have to revise. Then by January of the next fiscal year is the revision of PPMPs and indicative APPs based on GAA or Appropriation Ordinance. So pag nasettle na po lahat yung ating magkaroon na tayo ng approval. So ilang revision po ba tayo or ilang preparation pa ba tayo? We start with the budget proposal, isa. Pagdating ng NEP or equivalent document for the MLGUs, pangalawa, revision yon. And then the approval of the Appropriation Ordinance or GAA, that's yung pangatlo, pinaka-final. Yan na yung approval of the Appropriation Ordinance for 2023. Yun na rin yung maging basis natin for procurement ng ating 2023 procurement. So, doon naman sa early procurement activities, yung ating magiging basis lang is only the NEP or yung equivalent document of the municipalities. Okay. Vis-a-vis budget cycle, so habang piniprepare natin, nagkakaroon ng budget call, so DBM. Sa March din, nagkakaroon ng budget proposal. So the preparation of the PPMP and the APPs as attachment of the indicative APPs as attachment of the budget proposal, and then approval of the indicative APP by the HOPE. So hanggang April yan. Then the revision of the APP, on the part of the DBM naman or yung ating LGUs is the issuance of the NEP or its equivalent documents in the municipality, and the last is the enactment of CAA or Appropriation Ordinance. Okay. For basic principles on conduct of market study, meron din tayo ditong all those passing lang siya, pero sinama na rin po nila dito sa module na ito, yung pagkakandak ng market study. Ano po ba yung market study? Sa process of gathering and analyzing information about capabilities within the market to satisfy agency needs. So yan po yung definition ng market study. Market study, ito yung first step in preparing the PPMP. Pag wala po kayong market study, huwag kayong gumawa ng PPMP na hangad langit lang yung price tapos ilalagay nyo na doon. Kasi ang tendency nga, yung lahat ng diniscuss natin na causes of delays, failure of biddings, yun po yung mangyayari sa inyong procurement. The market study is a process of gathering and analyzing information. So meaning, hindi lang as to the amount, but as to the capabilities now within the market to satisfy the agency needs. So merong kailangan mo ng analysis. So this is known also as a market research, nabanggit ko kanina, market analysis, market assessment, market sounding, which is very useful in the defining the requirements. So, hindi lang ito for the requirements. Pwede rin natin gagamitin ito for the procurement. This is not only useful in procurement planning, but you can also use this market study in yung pag-identify nung iyong ano ba yung mode of procurement method. Choosing in procurement method, in evaluating the bids, or sometimes in justifying contract implementation. Nagagamit din natin ito. The extent of the market study will depend on the complexity of the market project. So kung medyo mahirap yung iyong market procurement project, this is, kumbaga, medyo matagal din yung pagkakandak mo ng market study. Siyempre, ina-analyze mo pa yun. This can be through, hindi naman sinabi na face-to-face. It can be through internet research as to the technical specification, then or soliciting information from the suppliers, or look for the source of your data or technical specifications. So in conducting market study, what is the you have to check what is the minimum result that you will get. Hindi lang yung ito na yung price o lalagay ko na. Pero hindi mo chinek, hindi mo inaral talaga na ito nga yung price niya mababa. pero iba naman pala yung specs niya, lower than your technical specification. So, dapat may aral din kasama, hindi lang agad doon sa price. And then, titingnan natin yung availability and the preparation of the market study. Titingnan natin yung availability of the supplier sa market, capabilities of the supplier to deliver, availability of the products in the market, yung timeliness or timeline of the delivery, yung ating suppliers ba, the market, maka-deliver within 30 days or minsan nakikita mo, meron nga tayong supplier available sa market but kailangan nilang i-order pa sa labas. So, aabot pa ng mga ilang araw bago nila ma-deliver. Excuse me. Then, you have also to check the technical specification na offer nila and the cost and the ABC. Kung ito ba tumugma doon sa iyong requirements. Kasi pag hindi siya market study. Parang kinapi mo na lang din kung anong binigay sa'yo. Okay. Market study pa rin tayo. Ano po yung dapat natin malaman? Identify desired outcome. So, in preparing the PPMP, market study is very important. But in order for you to do it, kailangan gawin mo muna itong apat na nakikita niyo sa screen. Identify the objectives or the desired outcome that you want to achieve so that you will be able to identify your priorities. As what I have said, these items indicated, those items indicated in the PPMP should be actually reflect the needs of the procuring entity. There should be an internal assessment of your office, what you are going to procure based on your mandate. Pero doon nagre-reflect kasi kung ano ba yung kailangan. Doon, kahit nga minsan pagtingin mo lang sa isang PPMP, nakikita mo na, ito pala yun. Parang ito palang trabaho ng isang opisina na ito. So, paano mo ba magagawa ito? How? You have to, of course, para malaman mo kung ano yung mga requirements mo, you have to conduct inventory of your resources or equipment or supplies in order to know your requirement. Baka naman sobra-sobra na pala yung supplies mo, bili ka lang ng bili. Kung nagsumobra naman yung supplies natin, nag-over na yung ating requirements, baka naman po ma-audit tayo na may overstocking tayo. Dapat tama lang yung supplies natin na magagamit natin in 3 months time or in 1 quarter. Huwag tayong sumobra. Maaaring, ang tanong doon, bakit tayo magpaplano ng pang isang taon? Ang kailangan pala natin na bibilhin na supply is for quarter lang dapat nating magamit, maubos. So, planuhin mo na isang taon but it doesn't mean na bilhin mo agad lahat or bilhin mo agad lahat pero i-divide mo yung deliveries mo. Depende po sa pagpaplano ng mga end user. Know what is your requirement. Ano po ba yung mga requirements mo? So, kailangan alam mo na rin, na-discuss ko na rin kanina sa pag-identify. Analyze the supply market. So, how? By knowing the following. What is the supply market cost? Magkano kaya yung price dito ngayon? Magkano kaya yung existing price or current market price nito ngayon? Alamin mo rin yung existence of the supplies in the market. Available kaya itong supplies na ito? Yung kailangan ko, available kaya ito? Meron kayang capable na suppliers to offer my requirements. So, dapat yun lahat alam mo doon sa pagkakandak ng market study mo. Kasi pag wala po yun, and then walang mangyayari. All of these can be used in the development of the procurement plan. So, kung ano yung magamit mo lahat o nakita mo lahat, ang outcome nun, yun yung gagamitin mo sa pag-develop mo ng procurement plan, yung tinatawag nating PPMP. So, kung ma-develop mo na yung plan, in short, ready ka na for the request for procurement. Kasi, kung yung PPMP mo, nagawa mo na, yun yung pwedeng i-copy-paste mo na lang doon sa PR mo. Maaaring nagkakaroon ka ng adjustment kasi, for example, early masyado yung pagpaplano mo, then nagkakaroon ka ng inflation, then pagkandak mo ng panibagong market study, ito na pala yung price, so pwede mong babaguhin dun sa PR mo. Pero, yung price ang babaguhin or pag may adjustment on the technical specifications ng onte. But still, yun pa rin yung nakaprogram sa'yo. In short, the supply market analysis will help in managing and analyzing how favorable the supply market is to the buyer compared with the supplier. Kasi yun naman ang purpose natin eh. Di ba? Ang pagpo-procure natin is dapat favorable or advantageous to the government. So, para makikita mo na this will not cause for failure of bidding. Kasi lahat ng hinahanap mo, lahat ng inaral mo during the market, pagganda ko ng market study is nandoon siya. So, walang cause of delay or walang cause for failure of bidding. Advantages. Ano po ba yung mga advantages? So, time and cost efficient. What is the advantage if we conduct market study? So, our procurement is efficient because since we already conducted the market study thoroughly, we are sure na meron talaga, we are sure with our cost, we are sure with our ABC, na ito yung current market price ng item na ipoprocure natin, and sure din tayo na ma-deliver ito on time kasi because based on our market study, the items that we are going to procure is available sa market. So, kumbaga, and may available na suppliers or bidders. As a result, we know that we are procuring an items or services that are favorable to the government. Yan ang magiging advantage pag nagkaroon ka or nagkakanda ka ng market study. Avoid conflict of interest because we are sure that with our market research, then alam natin na yung ating mga pinagkuhanan na mga suppliers is or yung ating mga source is credible source and not just for compliance. Pag sinabi kasi natin, ay, deadline na naman ngayon ng PPMP, ay, deadline na naman ng submission ng PPMP, magka-copy-paste na lang ako, hindi naman nila alam yun kasi hindi pa naman i-attach yung market study. So, magka-copy-paste na lang ako muna. So, but if you conduct extensive market study, sure na sure ka. Oh, meron sa market yan. Oh, sigurado ako kahit gisahin ka pa ng during the pre-procurement conference, sinalang yung project mo, kumbaga, maraming question yung back, kahit gisahin ka pa ng back, alam mo yung isasagot mo dahil yung paggawa mo ng market study is extensive, maayos yung paggawa mo. Number 3 is improve competition. In conducting a market research, part of it is the crafting of the technical specifications. So to improve competitions, dapat kailangan nating alam o kailangan nating malaman na ay maraming pwedeng mga suppliers dito na magpa-participate. Huwag nating i-tailored fit sa isang brand o dalawang brand yung ating bibilhin. Dapat naka-generic siya to the extent na hindi naman yung masyadong generic so kahit yung mga dyan na lang sa tabi-tabi pwedeng mag-participate. So tingnan din natin yung ating maraming style yung paggagawa or maraming pwede mong gawin sa pag-craft ng technical specification na maraming generic siya pero hindi naman masyadong lahat na lang pwedeng pumasok. May mga example na lang dyan, merong mag-aalagay ka ng warranty so hindi lahat ng equipment na bibilhin mo magkakaroon ng 5-year warranty or 3-year warranty. So, yun yung mga example lang na pwede mong gawin. And provide equal opportunities. So, dapat give the same opportunities to all participating bidders. And of course, the most important is transparency. You have to enhance the transparency principle by posting the bid opportunities in field jobs, procuring entity websites, and in conspicuous places. So, for the national agency ngayon, meron ng additional requirement that all executive department is required to post their bid opportunities in social media platform. So it is not mandated or it's not yet required in LGU, but although it's not mandatory with LGUs, but if you want, you can post in your social media para po marami makaka-attract pa kayo ng more bidders. So, hindi naman po bawal. Okay, we'll go to PPMP. Dito na tayo sa preparation of the PPMP. Ano po ba yung PPMP? Ano bang ibig sabihin ng PPMP? A guide document in the procurement and contract implementation process, as well as a vital reference in procurement monitoring. It's a tool allowing the procuring entity to the flexibility to optimize the utilization of scarce resources and minimize the practice of doing shortcuts. So, kasi nga, yun nga, kung planado yung maganda o maayos pagkagawa ng yung PPMP, you don't need to do or to practice shortcuts. Pag gagawin mo, i-shortcut mo na lang, i-circumvent mo na lang yung batas. Hindi na kailangan kasi nakaplan siya ng maayos based on your PPMP. So, in the preparation of the PPMP, we will also prepare the details of our project, such as the technical specifications, scope of works, and TOR. So, dapat mauna po yung ating tech specs, scope of works, and terms of reference, because this will also be included or provided in the PPMP. So, dapat lansyada. And besides, ito yung mga sinisend natin doon sa ating mga supplier. Pag nagkakandak tayo ng market study, ito yung future or coming procurement. Ito yung magiging project ko. Kaya can we ask a quotation on this or any recommendation or suggestions? Pwede mo yung gamitin. Okay. Sino po bang gumagawa nito? Each end user unit shall prepare the PPMP during the budget preparation to support the cost estimates in the budget proposal. So, yun yung basis natin for our proposal. So, hindi lang pwedeng basta-basta lang tayong mag-propose. Wala tayong basis for our procurement proposal. Na ito bibili natin, tapos lagay lang natin doon dahil kailangan nating mag-propose. So, kailangan natin mag-propose, baguhin na natin yung mga tables and chairs natin para hindi ka nag-conduct ng market study. Nilagay mo lang yung, ito, 100 pieces of chairs, 100 pieces of tables. Tapos yung market study nyo, kinuha mo lang doon sa internet, ito yung price. Para lang makakomply with your proposal. Pagdating nun, useless lang yun, magiging failure or bidding pa rin yun. The end user unit shall be responsible for the preparation of all documents necessary for the procurement activity, including but shall not be limited to the technical specifications, scope of works, and terms of reference. So, yan po yung ating PPMP. At sino po yung gagawa? End user unit. Tandaan niyo po yan, baka po yan lalabas ulit sa ating knowledge check. Okay. Ano po ba yung laman ng ating PPMP? Ito po yung mga naka-column-column dyan. Ang mga laman yan is una, contracting arrangement, type and objective, extent, size, procurement methods, time, schedule, and estimated budget. Kung when we say contracting arrangement, pwede natin i-contract yung sinasabi natin contracted out. So, meaning pre-procure natin siya. Nagkakaroon tayo ng kontrata. Meron ding iba na implementation by administration. So, pag implementation by administration or consignment, hindi na po natin nilalagay yan dyan sa ating PPMP. Usually, yan nilalagay natin yung pinoprocure natin. Ano po yung type and objective? Ano po ba yung pinoprocure natin? Whether it is good, infrastructure, or consulting services. Then, ano yung extent or size? So, yan po yung quantity. Yung quantity natin, kung ilan ba yung dapat nating bibilhin. To prevent, kailangan natin ilagay yan to prevent surplus or deficiency. So, kailangan nating alamin din, yun nga, sabi ko, kailangan din nating alamin. Magkakandak din tayo ng inventory. As much as possible, meron tayong stock card para alam natin kung ano na lang yung natitira nating mga supplies. Para hindi din tayo mag-overstock, hindi rin tayo short ng ating mga supplies. Procurement method, general rule. Yung ating general mode of procurement is public bidding or competitive bidding. There are certain conditions warrant the resort of alternative methods of procurement. Meaning, general rule, public bidding, exemption, yung ating alternative methods of procurement. Hindi po automatic. Malalaman niyo po yan during the discussion on the alternative methods of procurement na hindi po automatic na magiging gamitin natin agad ang mode of procurement natin na alternative methods of procurement or small value. Yan yung pinaka-common. Small value procurement, agad-agad. Small value na lang ito. Isang tingin na, small value na lang ito. Exemption nga po yun. You have to comply all the conditions provided for that alternative methods of procurement. Then appropriate timing or phasing, so yung time schedule. So dapat alam mo kung ano yung time schedule, kailan mo dapat gagamitin and consistent with the appropriate budget or your appropriation ordinance ang budget mo, yung estimated budget mo. Okay. Ito yung ating sample, PPMP. So, dyan makikita nyo, yung sa first column, yung code. Usually, UWAX code. Anong ginagamit na equivalent to UWAX code kung meron for the municipalities. Then the general description. Pag sinabi natin general descriptions, the technical specifications. So, kung masyadong mahaba yung technical specifications mo, pwede mo ilagay yung title lang. Tapos, may supporting documents ka, like for example, TOR. Like for example, yung procurement of janitorial services. So, ang attachment mo doon, ang title mo lang is procurement of janitorial services for the general description. But during the procurement, naka-attach po yung iyong terms of reference na magiging basis mo for the procurement of janitorial services. The next is the quantity or the size. Ilan po yung quantity mo. And then the ABC, yung estimated cost, yung ABC mo yun. Then mode of procurement, ano yung mode of procurement? Recommended by the end user. So ano po yung mode of procurement? And the schedule or timeline of activities. Ilalagay mo kung kailan mo siya gagamitin. January ba, February, March, April, or December. So yan po yung ating sample format. And ito naman yung pag may laman na. So yung code, ito yung code, yung description, venue for year-end meeting, procurement of venue for year-end meeting, ilang packs. So magkano yung budget mo? Estimated budget mo is 150,000. Then, ano yung mode of procurement mo? Negotiated procurement under Section 53.10, the list of real property and venue. So, kailan mo kailangan? Year-end nga. So, dapat dun sa dulo siya nakalagay. Okay. Yan po yung magiging may laman na PPMP. Dapat lahat ng column may laman. Hindi pwedeng, ito lang yung nakalagay, procurement of ganito, tas amount, hulaan na ng ba kung ilang packs, hulaan na ng ba kung anong mode of procurement ang recommended. Okay. So, okay. And identifying the needs. Ito yung mga tips on identifying the needs. Una, yung ating core function of the end user. The core function of the end user or yung core function of the end user unit in the organization. So, pag halimbawa, admin yung office mo, ano ba yung kailangan mo? So, kung HR, ano yung kailangan mo? So, mga training, so ano dapat ang pinoprocure mo? Kailangan mo ng supplies, kailangan mo ng venue, so yun po yung ating mga basics. Historical data or foreseen contingencies, yung sinasabi ko kaninang alam mong mangyayari, nakikita mong mangyayari, pero hindi mo alam kung kailan. So, yun po yung mga sample natin. And identified purpose, goals, and MFOs. Ano po ba yung mga identified purpose and MFOs natin? Identify your projects for the year. So, anong mga kakibat nun na for procurement para malaman, isa-isahin natin para alam natin kung ano yung procurement na gagawin natin. Ano yung mga requirements na kailangan natin. Procuring entity strategic plan. Look into the strategic plans from time to time. Kasi yung strategic plan natin, maaring nagbabago-bago yan eh. Like for example, ito ngayon, yung strategic plan natin magdidepende sa mga nangyayari sa atin ngayon. For example, nagkaroon ng pandemic. Especially for alam ko yung mga LGUs natin, lagi nag-a-attend ng training ng DILG. I don't know kung kayo po, nakasama kayo doon sa mga training na kinakandak ng DILG. So marami silang mga trainings ng DILG. So more on capacity building yung mandate ng DILG. Since capacity more on trainings, so ang pinoprocure namin is list of venue, yung mga venues, yung mga usual na pinoprocure namin since nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic. So ito yung usual strategic plan mo, gawa ka na, ito yung mga procurement mo. Since nag-pandemic, so hindi nag-materialize lahat ng mga for procurement dahil hindi naman pwedeng face-to-face, kailangan lang online. So nabago yung strategic plan mo. Babaguhin mo yun based on the current situation kung anong meron tayo. Current supply inventory, pag sinasabi natin current supply inventory, ulitin ko ulit, you have to check your inventory. Okay, kailangan mong magkakaroon ng inventory, kailangan ng opisina magkaroon ng inventory para alam nyo kung ano yung existing na at saka alam nyo kung ano pa yung dapat yung bibilhin. So, kailangan nyo bang mag-replenish? Kailangan nyo na bang mag-replenish ng supply or hindi pa kailangan mag-replenish ng supply? And then, other maintenance and operating needs. So, other maintenance and operating needs, kasama po dyan kung may mga sarili kayong building, the building maintenance, repair and maintenance ng mga equipment, or yung inyong mga vehicle. And all of that is based on history kasi hindi natin alam kung ano yung mga dapat i-repair ng ating mga equipment or yung ating mga vehicles or yung ating building. So, titingnan natin based on history, then ilalagay lang natin, usually nakalamp. Nakalamp lang yung amount of based on history para meron kang budget the time na kailangan mo na siya or nakaprogram na siya sa iyong PPMP. Okay. Approved budget for the contract, yung ating ABC. The ABC reflected in the APP and PPMP shall be consistent with appropriation for the project authorized in the GAA, continuing and automatic appropriations to the corporate budget or the appropriation ordinance as the case may be. So dapat yung ating ABC consistent with our budget. Hindi siya pwedeng masyadong malaki na yung pala wala naman tayong budget. The ABC, ito yung the most important factor in the procurement because this will attract suppliers. Kung maganda yung ABC mo, marami ka ring suppliers or bidders na magpa-participate. Pero pag pangit, yung iyong ABC, mag-failure ka or iilan lang ang magpa-participate. So, in crafting the ABC, you have also to consider not only the direct cost but also the indirect cost ng ating, yung indirect cost, like for example, labor, material, yung mga taxes, yung mga pagbinabayad nila doon sa pag-renew ng field jet. So, may mga amount, corresponding amount yun. May mga mayor's permit. So, marami, especially kung public bidding, marami kang kinoconsider na amount. For multi-year contract, for which the multi-year contracting authority, formerly MAYOA, sinasabi lang MAYOA, hindi MAYOMA, ha? Ngayon, MAYCA na siya. Multi-year contracting authority or an equivalent document. Kung ano po, MAYCA din ba pong tawag sa inyo or equivalent document is required and the ABC shall be that incorporated in the project cost reflected in the MAYCA or MAYOA or its equivalent document. Meaning, kung multi-year yung iyong project, for example, janitorial services, ito lang kasing mabilis lang. Janitorial services, you have, ang budget mo is 3 million a year. So, gusto mong mag-multi-year, gawin mong 3 years. So, ang i-incorporate mo doon sa project mo or sa PPMP mo is yung 9 million. Kasi 3 years. So, 3 year contract. Pero, ang alam ko, ang release ng DBM is kung magkano yung budget mo. Pero, meron ka ng authority to conduct the bidding for 3 years. So, of course, ilalagay mo sa PPMP mo. Sa susunod na PPMP, hindi ka na maglalagay nung pangalawang taon, pangatlong taon. Kasi nailagay mo na lahat doon sa pangunang taon. For foreign funded procurement, the ABC refers to the cost estimate prepared by the procuring entity and approved by the foreign government, foreign or international financing institution as specified in the treaty or international or executive agreement. So yan naman po yung ating mga foreign funded. Kung ano yung ABC or refers to the cost estimate prepared by the procuring entity or approved by the foreign government. So yan po yung magiging ABC natin. Okay. Supposed to be dun to kanina. Paano i-prepare yung ating PPMP? End user unit, mag-start preparation of the PPMP, then isa-submit sa budget for evaluation. Then pag na-evaluate na ng budget, ipapasa po sa back secretariat for consolidation. And then pag na-consolidate na po, na-approve na yung ating APP, then submit, for approval na po yung ating APP, submit to the head of the procuring entity for approval. Yun lang kasimple paggawa ng APP. Determination of ABC. End user to conduct market studies. Hindi talaga mawawala. How to determine the ABC? Number 1, conduct market study to know what is the prevailing market price. Number 2, consider the inflation rate, considering that it is, kung ilalagay mo kasi doon sa APP mo or sa PPMP mo, it's a 1-year perspective plan. So, dapat 1-year planning perspective. Kaya, dapat meron kang inflation. So, kasama din dito, in the preparation of market study, you also consider not only the market price, but the inflation. So, kung nagplano ka, January pa lang, bilangin mo, January, February to December, ilang months pa bago ka magkaroon. So, you have to determine the time, you have to consider the timetable. Kung magkano ba talaga yung ilalagay mong inflation or i-add on mo doon sa iyong ABC. For example, if your procurement will be the next year, and then you have to consider ilang months, ilang rate. So, take note, ilang months, ilang inflation rate ang i-allow ng budget. Of course, with the pa rin ng budget, ha. Hindi ko sinasabing maglagay-lagay na lang kayo ng inflation. Dapat in coordination pa rin ng budget. Kasi maaaring yung 10 peso mo ngayon, naging 20 na sa susunod na taon. Or yung 10 peso mo ngayon, naging 5 pesos na lang sa susunod na taon. Another is consider the different cost components. Yung direct cost and indirect cost natin. Kailangan mo rin i-consider sa ABC mo yon. Huwag tayong mag-focus lang on the direct cost. Pag sinabi natin direct cost, magkano ba yung amount nung binibili natin. But we have to consider also, kasi nga, una, titingnan natin, pag procurement ng government, utang. Diba? Ilang months pa bago mabayaran. So, ilang months din walang kita yung ating mga suppliers or mga bidders. Mahalawa, pag sumali ka sa gobyerno na procurement, ang dami mong bibili, ang daming requirements. Kailangan may tax clearance ka, kailangan may merong annual, anong tawag nun, yung ITR ka, meron kang mayor's permit, may field jobs ka, kung infra pa, dapat may pick-up license ka, at marami pang mga licenses na kailangan natin. So lahat po yun bayad. Hindi po kinukuha ng suppliers na libre. Binabayaran din nila yun. Kaya we have to consider also in the preparation of the market study. Hindi tayo mag-focus lang on the price. Para po, parang give and, sabi ko nga kanina, parang hindi nating kaaway yung ating suppliers. Kailangan natin mag-build up ng relationship para magkakaroon tayo ng efficient procurement. Mag-build up tayo ng relationship with the supplier. Not to the extent na, friends na tayo, okay lang, sige, bigyan kita ng bigyan. No. Ang sinasabi ko, nag-build up ka ng relationship para to attract suppliers na, maganda pala ang dito, maganda pala ang procurement dito. Hindi sila masyadong mataas magbigay ng ABC, hindi rin masyadong mababa ang bigay nila ng ABC, at hindi rin nag-under the table. So, yung mga ganong, yung mga ganong pag-a-attract ng ating mga suppliers. So, pwede nating yung paggawa pa lang ng ABC natin, isa na yun sa factor na makaka-attract ng ating mga suppliers and bidders. In determining the ABC, the end user unit with the assistance of the TWG, when necessary, must consider the different cost components. So, yun na yung ating cost component. Okay. Okay. So, sana nakinig tayo. Let's go back to our knowledge check ulit. Back to you.
So we are now on our second knowledge check question. So again, all we have to do is to choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed on our screens. So the question is, who must consider the different cost components in determining the ABC, or the approved budget of contract? Is it A, the technical working group, or the TWG? Is it B, the Bids and Awards Committee Secretariat, or the BACSEC? C, end user, or D, all of the above? So please cast in your answers using our Zoom poll feature. Again, if you're experiencing technical difficulties, please let us know through the Zoom chat box, and a member of our technical team will directly coordinate with you to address your concerns. Also, if you have any questions related to our module session, please feel free to drop them through our Zoom chat box, and for our Facebook and YouTube live viewers, you may drop them down on our comment section. So let's see. So currently we have 68%, 72% participants who casted their votes on the poll. Keep it coming po. So we hope na yung mga ating Zoom participants can participate all for these knowledge check questions. Okay? So I think we can now close our poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So let us share the result. So for letter A, TWG, we have 13%. B, for BACSEC, we have 6%. C, for end user, we have 69%. And D, for all of the above, we have 13%. Ma'am Leslie, tama po ba yung majority who answered letter C, end user?
Hi, ma'am. Hi ulit sa participant. Yes, I'm happy that majority pa rin ang nakikinig or nakakuha ng tamang sagot sa atin. Okay na po ba yung audio ko? Pasensya na kayo. Nandito kasi ako sa Antipolo. Medyo malakas yung dito, signal number 1 na daw. Kaya medyo yung audio ko. Okay na po ba? Malakas na po ba? Mahina pa rin? Kanina ko pa nga ina-adjust. Hinahawakan ko na. Diba? Yan. Naka 100%. Yan hindi pa rin. Sorry.
Medyo mahina pa rin po, ma'am.
Mahina pa rin. Ano kaya gagawin ko dito? Ayan, ma'am. Wala pa rin. Naka 100% na po yung ko. Tanggalin ko na lang kaya yung ito. Wala pa rin.
Mahina pa rin po, ma'am. Sorry po.
Tanggalin ko na lang, ma'am.
Ayan, ma'am. Better po, yeah.
Ako mag-headset. Okay. The majority got the correct answer. It's 69%. The correct answer is end user. Because letter C, end user, because it is the responsibility of the end user unit to prepare the market study. Kaya sabi ko kanina, dapat yung more on, pag ang topic natin is procurement planning, it's more on, ang concern dito is from end user and secretariat. So the PPMP and the purchase request, sila po yung gumagawa doon, but
we will determine kung sino yung magko-consider ng different cost component. Ginagawa po natin kasi yan during the time of the preparation of the market study. So in the preparation of the above mentioned, yung mga documents na sinasabi ko like the market study, the purchase request, and the PPMP, it's part of, it is part of the determination of the ABC. So, lahat pong yung documents na yun kasi hindi natin makakam up yun pag wala po yung end user natin na magkakandak ng market study. Again, ulitin ko lang, we are not going to focus on the direct cost in the conduct of market study. Kailangan nating alam din natin yung different cost component, yung direct cost and indirect cost and other additional cost kung meron tayong additional requirements. So, congratulations dun sa mga nakakuha ng correct answer. For those naman sa mga nagkamali, bawi tayo. I think meron pa tayong 3 or 4 na knowledge check. Thank you very much. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you po. So tama po, no? So bawi po tayo for the succeeding knowledge check questions. But it's good to know po na the majority got the correct answer. So we will now resume our lecture program.
Okay, we'll continue. Project costing. So, talagang pinag-isa na nila ito, project costing, technical specification writing. So, meron na tayong project costing. The practice of forecasting the cost of completing a project with a defined scope. So, forecasting of cost, future cost, plus the factor like indirect cost. Or if you are going to procure a machine, or photocopying machine, anong dapat i-consider natin? So, dapat kino-consider natin yung mga maintenance, yung ating toners, magkano ba yung ating toners? Yung bond paper ba, magastos ba to? Anong size ba yung bond paper na kailangan natin dito? So, lahat na kailangan natin in the future, kailangan natin i-consider in costing. The summation of the individual cost to estimate the future individual cost elements using established methods and valid data to estimate the future cost of project or contract based on what is known today. So, yung cost based on what is known today, meaning our basis for the cost, base cost, yun yung our base cost plus the inflation cost. So, summarize natin, base cost, magkano yung base cost mo? Yung base cost mo, including the direct and indirect cost, plus the inflation cost. You have to consider, ulit-ulit ako, you have to consider different cost factors. Depende sa kailangan mo in the start of the procurement planning. Prediction of quantities, cost, and or price of resources required by the scope of an asset investment option, activity, or project. Consider all the quantities. You have to consider also the quantities. Yung nga sinasabi kong yung prediction mo, pag bulk, mababa lang yung price nila. Mas cheaper yung amount. And of course, pag cheaper yung amount, mas marami kang mabibili. And also the availability of the supplies in the market. Determine using experience and calculating and forecasting the future cost of resources, methods, and management within the scheduled time. So, how to estimate the cost of the project? This is only, actually, ito, hindi ko na siya masyado elaborate ha, kasi overview lang ako dito dahil meron talagang isang module dito na for this alone, technical specification writing and costing. So, for determine using experience and calculating and forecasting the future cost of resources, methods, and management within the scheduled time. We also need to forecast ano ba ang price na ipaprocure natin in 6 months after. This is what we called a forward estimate. So, tingnan mo, after 6 months, siguro magkano yung presyo nito pag nag-add-on ako ng 12%, makapasok pa. So, the cost as the result of the market study plus the inflation rate, depending on how many months na, how many months na i-award mo na siya. And we usually do this, especially kung ang ating procurement is early procurement activities. Critical for deciding whether to take on a project, determining a project eventual scope, establish a project cost baseline, and ensuring the project remain financially feasible and avoid cost overruns. So, ito po yung ating mga cost estimates. Ito yung mga kailangan natin gawin for the cost estimates. Okay. When are the cost estimates being prepared? When do you prepare cost estimates? Yun lang yung question doon. Dito tayo sa first quadrant. Diyan tayo magko-cost estimate. Diyan tayo magko-conduct ng cost-benefit analysis, feasibility studies, and market studies. Okay. Ito naman, when are cost estimates being prepared? So, nabanggit ko na kayo as early as the budget preparation through the issuance of the budget call. Government agencies are required to prepare the cost estimates for its procurement activities for the succeeding year. So, dyan po tayo mag-prepare ng ating cost estimates or yung ating plan, PPMP natin. Okay. Tools in project costing and determination of ABC. Meron tayong analogous estimating, meron tayong bottom-up analytical estimating, and meron tayong parametric estimating and life cycle costing. So, for analogous costing, or analogous estimating, also called as top-down estimating. Or ito naman yung top-down estimating or historical costing. Draws from purpose-built archive of historical project data, often specific to an organization. Can be quite accurate if used to form estimates for similar projects. So, madali lang siya kung pareho lang yung projects mo, and if expert can precisely assess the factors affecting the cost. Based on its description, analogous estimating uses similar project information to estimate the cost of a current project. This is applicable usually to regular projects compared to the existing projects plus the inflation rate. Example, para lang natin maintindihan is, i-example ko na lang. Kasi kahit ako pag tinitingnan ko tong definition ng analogous estimating, parang ang hirap din niya intindihin. Example, para ma-simplify. Procurement or magkakandak ka ng training. Procurement of venue ang gagawin mo. So if you have budget, and itong training, parang annual, parang RA 9184 lang. Yung annual training natin to comply with Section 16 of the IRR na kailangan magkakaroon upon pan-designation as back to WG and Secretariat, magkakaroon tayo ng training. So, annual natin siya ginagawa. So, nag-procure tayo dito ng venue. So, pag nag-procure tayo ng venue, meron na tayong previous. So, magkano ba yung amount last year? Kasi same procurement lang siya eh. If your budget in the previous year, for example, is 2,000, then this can be the basis for your budget this year plus the inflation rate. So, pwedeng nag-2,000 ka last year, tapos plus inflation, yun na yung magiging ABC mo for today. Yun yung magiging cost. Okay. Bottom-up, analytical estimating. For the bottom-up analytical estimating, this can also be at time-consuming, especially in large project. Kasi isa-isahin mo talaga ito eh. Large project with numerous works breakdown structure component. So, yung ating work breakdown structure provides the most accurate. Ito naman, pag ito yung ginagamit natin, it provides most accurate estimating technique if complete work breakdown structure is available. Also, the most versatile estimating technique that you can use if for many types of project. But it can be the time consuming. Kasi isa-isa nga, sabi ko isa-isa, especially in large and complex project with numerous work breakdown structure component. From the term itself, you have to start from the single details. Ano ba yung details nitong project na kailangan kong gawin? Isa-isahin mo yon bago ka makakam up ng bottom-up estimating. Okay, example, construction of building. So, pag nag-construct ka ng building, meron unang titingnan mo, may design ka na ba? So, kung may design ka na, kung wala ka pang design, then you have to procure design. So, isa-isahin mo, identify mo yung cost ng design, magkano yung cost design. Then, pag may design ka na, na-procure na yung design, so may cost ka na yun. Construction, okay, may design na ako, mag-start na ako ng construction ko, magpo-procure na ako ng construction of building. So, sa construction, ma-identify mo yung ano ba yung cost, of labor, ano ba yung materials and other costs needed, isa-isahin mo agad yun. So, isum up mo kung ano magkano lahat yung cost na makakam up mo. Then, add the design cost and the construction cost. Kasama na doon yung direct and indirect cost plus the additional cost if there is to come up with the ABC plus the inflation pa rin. So, yan po yung ating bottom-up estimating. Parametrics estimating. So, a method of estimating the cost of project or part of project based on one or more project-based cost factor. So, ang ano pa rin dito is historical big data is commonly used to define parameters related to the cost of a typical transportation facility construction such as cost per lane per mile, cost per interchange or cost per square foot. So yung mga yun yung mga magiging basis ng paggawa nitong parametrical estimating. Example, another, bibili ka ng building. Magpapaprocure ka ng building na. So, magkano po ba yung budget mo using this? Paano mo makuha yung budget using parametrics estimating? So, in proposing the budget for construction or procurement of building, usually, pag bumibili tayo ng building divides per square meters. So, magkano ba per square meters? So, ang kailangan mo is yung isang building na merong 30,000, merong 100 square meters or 1,000 square meters. So, isang building, 1,000 square meters per floor. And kailangan mo ng 3 floor. So, ang per square meter is 30,000. So, 30,000 times 1,000 square meters. Yun yung amount mo per floor. Tapos kung i-times mo kung ilang floor, yan yung magiging estimate mo. Equals the ABC plus the inflation rate. Okay. 30,000 per square meter times ilang square meters. So like for example, 1,000 square meters ang kailangan per floor. And then ilang floor ang kailangan mo? Pag 3 floors, times mo to 3, yung result mo equals the ABC plus the inflation rate. Okay. Life cycle costing. Ito yung usual na ginagamit natin, yung life cycle costing. Life cycle cost estimate provides a structured accounting of resources and associated cost elements required to develop, produce, deploy, and sustain a particular program. Life cycle costing is a tool which evaluates the cost of an asset throughout its life cycle. So starting from the purchase to the disposal. Yun yung alamin mo. Pag gagamitin mo yung life cycle. So, if you are going to use life cycle, alamin mo magkano ba yung initial purchase cost. Kung sinabi mo initial purchase cost, so yun yung magkano ba yung magiging amount nung magiging procurement nung ibibibilhin ko. Then plus direct and indirect cost. pag meron. Maintenance cost pag may kailangan. And then, magkano ba ang magiging cost up to disposal. So, example lang dito na parang yung ating pinaka sample is procurement ng bulb, light bulb, light or procurement of bulb na lang, incandescent bulbs compared to procurement of LED lights. If you are looking only for the price, so parang bibili mo yung mas mura. Pero kung titingnan mo yung durability nung bibilin mo, i-weigh mo siya ngayon. So, paano mo ma-estimate hanggang disposal o hanggang yung lifetime cost niya? Example, incandescent bulb was 20 pesos per bulb. And then yung LED light mo is 100 pesos. So, at 25 yung incandescent bulb, LED light mo is 100 pesos. Yung LED light mo mag-last for 5 years. Yung incandescent bulb mo, maglalast lang ng 1 year. So, kung pag 25 pesos siya, in 5 years, kung total all in all mo siya, ang magastos mo is 125. Whereas, sa LED light, yung magagastos mo lang is 100 for 5 years. If you are looking only for the price, you will buy the incandescent. Ay, mura to, ito na lang. But, automatic yun kasi mura. But if you consider the life cycle, the LED light will last for 5 years. So, yung price mo na 5 years, for 5 years, mas mura pa compared doon sa incandescent bulb na bibilhin mo every year. And besides, wala ka pang yung hindi ka mapapagod sa kakapalit ng mga light. Kasi 5 years nga yung lifetime niya. So, ganyan yung aaralin mo. And of course, kung mga equipment naman ang bibilin mo, kailangan mong aralin, magkano ba yung magiging maintenance cost? Magkano ba yung magiging, especially for copier, magkano ba ang magiging repair nito? Gastusin ko sa repair. Magkano ba ang magiging toners nito? Magkano ba all in all ang magastos ko? So, yan po yung pagko-costing or pagko-costing ng ABC if you're going to use the life cycle costing. Tools in project costing, ito naman yung mga method nila. Ito yung makikita mong mga strength, yung strength, the strength, the weaknesses in the application. So, iba-iba po yung ating method for analogous. Merong requires little data based on the actual data, reasonable, quick, good audit trail. Yan po yung sa analogous. Sa weaknesses naman, subjective adjustment. Accuracy depends on the similarity of the items. Difficulty to assess effects of design change. Blind to cost drivers. So, application when little data is available, rough order of magnitude estimate, and cross-check. Yan po yung ating mga, iba-iba po yung ang kanilang mga strength, weaknesses, and application in every tools na gagamitin natin sa pag-determine ng ating mga costing. Okay. Sa elements of life cycle naman, yan yung kailangan nating alamin. Acquisition cost. Magkano yung magiging acquisition cost? Magkano yung magiging maintenance cost? Magkano yung operating cost? And magkano na lang ang magiging disposal cost? Yan naman po sa life cycle. Okay. Technical specifications. For the technical specifications, state the need to be satisfied. Define what it wishes to buy. Define expectations. Establish the standard directly affects the quality of the performance. So yan po yung titingnan natin if we are going to prepare or craft technical specification. State the needs to be satisfied, pero hindi naman to the extent na ilalagay mo na yung brand mo. Specification development process. Una, need analysis, then information gathering, then draft specifications. So, identify, number one, identify your requirements. Yung need analysis, kailangan mo identify yung requirements ng procuring entity. Ano ba yung mga kailangan? List the functions, performances, and technical characteristics para alam mo kung ano yung mga pwede mong bilhin. So, what are the procuring entities PPAs? So, under the PPAs, what are you going to procure? And then, information gathering. Magkukulit ka ng mga information in crafting the technical specification, TOR, and you have to gather information from, pagkailangan, you have to gather information from different offices or sources that has expertise in the requirements. Pwedeng magiging in-house siya, pwede ring outside, other agencies, or pag may sobrang pera, pwede ka ring mag-hire ng consultant. And then, you can also consult the stakeholders, so yung lahat ng pwede mong pagkuhanan ng information, kailangan magtanong ka or mag-gather ka. Then, i-collate mo lahat-lahat and i-analyze mo. Then, after that, you have to draft the technical specifications. Compile, i-gather mo lahat, and translate into requirements. And yan ang magiging technical specifications mo pag nagawa mo na yan. Okay. Sources of specifications. Ano po ba yung mga sources natin ng specifications? Previous records of procurement activities. So, yung mga previous records of successful procurement activities natin, pwede natin maging source yun. Request for information from established suppliers and manufacturers. So, na-discuss ko kanina yung pag-ask natin ng information from the suppliers through forum or focus group discussion para makakuha tayo ng idea to them. Specification issued by relevant government agencies, yung ating DTI, yung ating DPWH, so depende pag DTI, usually pag napuprocure tayo ng goods, for DPWH, for the civil works, so government central purchasing organization, pwede rin tayo makakuha ng idea doon, and pwede tayo makakuha ng idea on the technical specifications. Tingnan lang natin mga post doon sa PSDBM, kung ano yung mga pinoprocure nila, then tingnan natin yung mga specifications na applicable to us. Consultation with the entities that issued technical standards. So, yung mga nag-i-issue, mga agencies na nag-i-issue ng locally or international standard. So, kailangan nating i-consult yun. Professionals and technical associations. So, pwede rin tayo magkukonsult sa kanila, research centers, mga universities. So, yan po yung pwede nating kuhanan or pag-researchan. Technical, journal, magazine, etc. And the internet and online resources. Yun yung pinakamadali ngayon. Yung ating internet and online resources. Pero hindi po kasi lahat makukuha natin doon. Meron pa rin tayong mga kailangang ibang sources. Like online catalogs used with the care to avoid copying restrictive specification from a brand or single source, thereby frustrating competition. Yun, i-avoid natin yun. Sa internet, we can check, or ito pala yung technical specifications. Pero pag i-check mo rin kung ito yung brand, ito yung technical specifications, pwede ko ba siyang i-generic? So, pwede bang maging generic yung aking technical specifications na marami ang pwedeng magpa-participate? Okay. So, yan po yung ating mga sources. Characteristics of technical specifications: clear, concise, consistent, competitive, and complete. Pag sinabi natin clear, kailangan specific and detailed as possible, stating the mandatory requirement. Pero hindi ko naman sinabing detailed masyado, tapos ilalagay nyo na yung brand. Para pagtingin na lang ng supplier, oy, nandito na yung brand, oy, ito pala yung kailangan niya, o hindi na tayo mag-research. So, meaning unambiguous. Isang tingin lang ng supplier, alam na niya, ito yung bibilhin pala. Not subject to interpretation, pero generic and flexible. You have to remember, sabi ko nga, clear pero wag niyong ilagay yung brand name kasi meron tayong prohibition for the reference to brand name under section 18 of RA 9184. So concise, state the requirement of fact only one time and avoid duplication. Wag pa ulit-ulit. Kasi kahit naman tayo ba, di ba, pag nagsasalita, sa atin o nagkukwento sa atin na paulit-ulit maraming beses, paulit-ulit na ano din tayo mas naguguluhan tayo. Ano ba talaga ang gusto? Yung concise, pero maintindihan. Yun yung paggawa natin. Consistent. Pag sinabi natin consistent with the budget of the procuring entity and end user, baka naman masyadong mahal, ang dami mong diniman, pero yung budget mo masyadong napakababa. Competitive. So, of course, flexible siya as possible without compromising the objective. Kasi yung target naman natin dito talaga sa procurement is to increase competition. So, we do not limit dapat the technical specifications natin to limited brand lang, kung ilang suppliers lang ang pwede mag-participate. The objective of the procurement is to increase competition, not to reduce it. So, okay, complete, explain the intent and purpose of every item. Kung maraming item, dapat, parang yun yung sinasabi natin, di ba, makikita nyo kanina sa PPMD, meron tayong brief description. So, doon mo explain para pag nakita ng ating supplier or yung ating bidder, maintindihan niya. Kasi you have to specify what you need and how to get it, and not how to get what you need. So, di ba, specify natin para yung i-deliver sa atin, ma-deliver sa atin, yung gusto natin. Hindi yung dineliver natin, ayaw natin dahil hindi naman yung gusto natin. Meron mga ganun Kasi di ba, pag sinabi natin compliant with the minimum standard specification, yung minimum or standard specification, kung nag-comply siya doon, then siya yung pinaka-lowest, doon tayo mag-award. Pero meron ka talagang ma-experience sa haba ng panahon mo sa procurement, meron ka talagang ma-experience na ayaw tanggapin ng end user. Bakit ayaw tanggapin ng end user? Bakit ayaw tanggapin ng end user? Kasi daw po, ma'am, hindi daw yung brand na gusto nila. So, hindi ganon. Kung gumawa tayo ng technical specifications, dapat complete. So, kung inaisip natin, dapat ito yung ma-deliver. So, kailangan yung clean-up ng technical specifications, ay, ito yung mga papasok. Pero hindi mo siya nilimit. Kumbaga, marami pa rin pwede mag-participate. Pero, yung mga brand na gusto mo, maaring pumasok. Or yung amount or ABC mo, maaring pasok doon sa brand na gusto mo. Okay. Types of specifications. So for the type of specifications, we have 3: functional, performance, and design. Functional description of the functions for which the goods are to be utilized. Example, functional. The ballpen is expected to write, bibili kang ballpen, procurement of ballpen. So, pag sinabi mong functional, lagay mo doon, the ballpen is expected to write 1.5 kilometer of straight continuous lines. So, you have the description of the function of the ballpen that can write straight up to 1.5 kilometer. Next is performance description. Refers to the manner that the goods required to perform the function. So, ano ba yung, ang titingnan mo dito, yung performance niya. So, balik tayo ulit sa ballpen. A ballpen that writes at 1.5 kilometer continuously and smoothly. Anong performance niya? Writes 1.5 kilometers continuously and smoothly. So, design. Ito yung medyo mahirap na hindi masyadong ginagamit actually. Design refers to the technical design or drawing of the goods being procured. Example, ballpen should be, yung ballpen na procurement should be comfortable to use by left-handed writers. So, yun yung design. Design siya for the left-handed writers. Yan po yung ating type of specifications. Pero hindi na siya gaanong ginagamit ngayon. Pwede mong gamitin na magkaroon ganun, pero wag yung masyadong mahaba. Specification of goods for goods. Generally, performance or functional specifications are preferred pag goods. So, wala po yung design. Hindi masyadong ginagamit. Way, paulit-ulit lang tayo, way, needs, and wants. Yan po yung sa goods. detailed specification for services. So specification for services, una, detailed description of the services to be provided. Kaya nga, yung sabi ko kanina example dito is janitorial. Kita nyo naman yung picture sa screen, janitorial. Kasi yung ilalagay mo lang doon sa PPMP, kasi kung detail talaga masyado mahaba, hindi na magkasya sa PPMP. So ilalagay nyo lang title, Procurement of Janitorial Services. So, the detailed description of the services to be provided in the terms of reference. Pero naka-attach siya doon pag nag-procure ka, pag nag-post ka. So, naka-indicate din doon yung time and duration. Yung time and duration. Pag sinabi nating duration and place of the services. So, duration and place, example, janitorial, how many years yung contract mo and how many floors, offices na lilinisin ng ating mga janitors, janitress. And then, required response for time for the provision. So, timelines ng action nila, yung services nila, based on the TOR. Kailangan pag ganitong oras tapos na sila. Detailed procedures or responsibilities for contract supervision. So, what is provided in the terms of reference, yun yung susundin natin kung ano yung mga responsibilities. So, kung ano lang yung nakalagay doon, halimbawa, ang nakalagay lang doon is maglilinis ng office, maglilinis ng CR, maglilinis ng mag-spray kung ano pa yung lilinisin. Pag hindi doon kasama yung paghuhugas ng plato ng mga employees, and then hindi po yun kasama doon sa trabaho ng janitor or janitress. Yun lang pong nakalagay. Kung ano yung nakalagay, based on the, anong nakalagay na function nila based on the TOR, kung ano yung coverage lang ng responsibilities nila. Then, the key performance indicators for acceptance of performed services. Pag performance ang pag-uusapan natin, di ba usually pag nagpo-procure tayo ng janitorial services, hinihingan natin sila ng satisfactory rating. So, magre-require tayo ng satisfactory rating from different suppliers na nagre-render sila ng service. Kuminsan din sa atin, kailangan din natin ng paano natin madidetermine, ano yung mga indicators natin for very satisfactory or satisfactory lang yung services na nire-render nila. So, if you have the supplier evaluation, mas mabilis yun kasi you have already the criteria to rate the performance of the services to rate the performance of the service providers, whether it is satisfactory or very satisfactory. Mas nakakatulong po yun dito. So, madali na lang mag-issue ng certification na PS sila or satisfactory lang po yung kanilang services rendered. For the scope of work for infrastructure projects, for the technical characteristics of the works procured, the specification will need to include aspects like number 1, specifications for all materials. So, with reference to ISO standards or equivalent, so marami na tayong mga kinoconsider, mga national standards, dapat tinitingnan din natin yun. Mga sample and testing requirements, kailangan din natin i-check yun when we're going to craft our technical specification or yung we're going to prepare our scope of works. Yung detailed drawings, alam ng mga engineers ito. Yung mga TWG natin ng mga engineers, TWG natin for infrastructure projects, dapat alam nila yung mga detailed drawings, then required standard for workmanship by reference to national standard. Ano bang kailangan? Dapat detalyado lahat po yung doon sa scope of work natin. And any special requirements as to the machinery to be used in executing the works or the ambient conditions. Kasi tingnan natin, minsan, ano ba yung mga kailangang ano ba yung mga kailangan nating ilalagay? Ano ba yung kailangan nating mga equipment na gagamitin nila? Mga list of equipment. So, mga kailangan natin yun. So, ilalagay po natin lahat po yun sa scope of work. Diba kung minsan, na-experience ko na rin, more on goods kasi yung procurement namin, bihira yung infra. Pero na-experience na rin namin, diba, hinihingan natin yung mga suppliers ng list of equipment, ano yung mga equipment na makikita sa site, rented ba ito, hindi ba? So, kasama po yun sa paggagawa natin ng scope of works. Ito yung mahirap, pag naka-online tayo kasi nakaupo lang tayo. Hindi ako mapakali. ilang oras nang nakaupo. Okay. So, soil conditions. Sama din natin. Soil conditions on the site. Required din yun. So, pwede natin i-require for site investigations. Site investigation report. Mga draft defining available site facilities. And the distribution of responsibilities between bidders and contractors and the procuring entity for site management. So, dapat maliwanag yun doon sa ating scope of works. Terms of installation, commission, and handover before the work is considered complete. Kailangan din nating maliwanag nakalagay sa scope of works and any requirements for environmental management systems certification. So, kung nire-require natin mga ISO 14001 or equivalent, yung mga in Europe Eco Management and Audit Scheme. So yan, pwede rin natin ilalagay yan doon sa ating scope of works sa paggawa natin. Basta ang tandaan lang natin kung ano lang yung nakalagay doon sa scope of works natin at kung ano lang yung nakalagay, parang kung ano lang yung nakalagay sa bidding documents natin at saka sa scope of works natin, yun lang ang kailangan natin pwedeng hingin sa kanila. Hindi dapat tayo humingi ng what is not provided in our scope of works and in our bidding documents. Terms of, terms of reference. So, napakasimple, no? Terms of reference for consulting services. Tingnan mo na lang kung ano yung mga terms of reference ng consulting services. Of course, makikita mo dapat background, merong objective, anong scope of work nila, anong training, time schedule and reports, services and facilities provided by the employers. So, yan po yung ating mga kailangang tingnan or hanapin pag gumagawa tayo ng specification or terms of reference. Specification writing.
Recording in progress.
You have to consult the stakeholders. Sabi ko nga kanina, kailangan mo mag-consult with other agencies, procuring entities, stakeholders, or other offices. Procuring entity may engage the services of technical experts, whether in-house or consultant. Kung may pera ka, pwede ka mag-hire ng consultant. Pag wala kang pera, yung in-house. Pag wala kang in-house, then go with other agency. Set clear specifications. Clear, na-discuss na rin kanina, clear and unambiguous reminder of reference to brand name. Updated where technology is taken to account. Yeah. Kasi pag bumibili tayo ng mga IT equipment, baka next year wala na. Or nagplano tayo ngayon, tapos next year pa natin bibilin, baka outdated na yun. So dapat mag-check din tayo sa mga internet kung ano yung mga bago at ilang years pa bago mag-last ito. And then fits the actual requirements of the PMO or end user unit. So yan po yung ating guide for technical specification writing. Tips in writing technical specifications. Be as specific and detailed as possible in stating the mandatory requirements. Specific. Pero again, wag niyong ilagay yung brand. Specific and detailed that the supplier can easily understand your requirements. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na ilalagay mo yung brand, kung ano yung brand. Always remember Section 18 of RA 9184. Bawal ilagay ang brand. State a requirement of fact only one and avoid duplication. Huwag pa ulit-ulit. And explain the intent and purpose of every item. Pero wag masyadong mahaba. Yung description mo dapat maiksi, concise lang. Go with the functional or performance or design. Depende sa yung ipoprocure. Be as flexible as possible without compromising the objective. Specify what you need, not how to get what you need, and look to increase the competitions. I think naulit po ito. And then, green specifications. Hindi pa rin nawawala itong, sinasama na po itong green specification, ating procurement. In technical specification writing, you have also to consider the green specifications. The objective here is to conserve the environment or energy. That is by green specification is already incorporated in crafting. That is why green specification is already incorporated in the crafting of technical specifications. Actually naman, lahat naman ng mga binibili natin, di ba, from galing sa raw materials. Pero kailangan lang natin yung alagaan, yung ating mga kalikasan, baka darating ang araw, wala na talagang matitira at mauubos na lahat ng ating kalikasan, makakalbo na lahat ng ating bundok. So, if we will not conserve our environment, maaring yung ating mga next generation, sila po yung magsasuffer. So, as a share of the government on the conservation of environment or for the inclusive and sustainable environment, the GPPB come up with the GPPB Resolution 25-2017, approving the Philippine Green Procurement, Public Procurement Roadmap, establishing sets of common use supplies and non-common use supplies with green specification. So, isa dito ang nag-pilot nito is the PSDBM. Under this resolution, ang pinaka-goal ng ating government is to have a green procurement. So, dapat in our process din, also as a help naman, especially doon sa inyo sa LGUs, as help, you have to consider the environmental impact sa lahat ng binibili natin. Kaya as tulong, kailangan din natin aralin kung paano natin i-incorporate dun sa technical specifications natin yung green procurement. Like for example, pag meron kayong naka-include na technical specification na merong green component, pagdating sa APCPI, merong additional points yun. So, add-on yun, add-on points for the technical, add-on for the APCPI. So, may dagdag points ka doon. Okay. The GPPB had already identified the assessment metrics. Yung mga assessment metrics natin such as the market readiness, environmental impact, cost implication, practicability, support to government, environmental objective, and support to local economy. Inaral na po ng GPPB TSO ito bago naman nila nilabas tong resolution. And nagiging first set of prioritized CSEs, yan pong nakalist sa inyo ang mga sa inyong screen, makikita nyo yan po yung ating mga first set of prioritized CSEs and first set of prioritized non-CSEs na nasa PSDBM. Yan po yun. So, kung ano yung mga naka-indicate dyan, like multi-copy paper, toilet paper, kung makikita mo bumibili kayo ng toilet paper sa PSDBM, hindi siya puting-puti kasi wala siyang bleach. So, meaning, may green procurement may green component yung specification nun. Yung mga record books or yung mga papel natin na hindi masyadong hindi masyadong maputi, yan po yung may mga component. Meron naman din sa mga non-CSEs, yung ating mga computer, mga laptops, mga air condition. Pag sinabi nilang air condition, yun daw naka-inverted, parang freezers, fridges. So, yan po yung mga samples or mga first set of prioritized products. Prioritized products, non-CSEs and CSEs. Okay. PR. So, ano po ba itong purchase request? This is a request for purchase or a requisition of supplies, materials, and equipment or its equivalent and shall be duly approved by the proper authorities. So, in no way, hindi pwedeng ang PR na una sa PPMP kasi ang basis mo for the PR is the PPMP. So, wala naman tayong nakalagay kung sino mag-a-approve. It depends on the procuring entity kung sino yung approving authority. Wala tayong, hindi siya downloadable forms. Hindi siya kasama doon sa downloadable forms. Okay. I think ang next nito is again knowledge check.
Ayan, so we are now down on our third knowledge check question. So you know the drill. So choose the appropriate answer in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed on your screens. So the question is, technical specifications must be prepared after posting or advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process and award the contract. So is it A, true, or B, false? So again, technical specifications must be prepared after posting or advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process and award the contract. Is it A, true, B, false? So cast in your answers through our Zoom call. So again, our Facebook and YouTube live viewers may also participate by sharing their answer on the comments section. So let's see. So currently we have 52%. We highly encourage our Zoom participants to all participate in our knowledge check questions. So now we have 63%, 71% for false, and 29% for true. So may hahabol pa po ba? 14 out of 22. So okay. So we will be closing our poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay? So let us share the result. So for our third knowledge check, we have A, true for 27%, B, false for 73%. Ma'am Leslie,
Hi.
tama
Yeah.
po ba ang majority natin?
Yes, ma'am. Tama yung majority. Malakas na po ba?
Yes po.
Okay. Sorry ha, kanina. May yung pag hindi talaga techie, no? Pinapunta ko yung ano namin ng IT, yung pala hindi ko na-open yung volume yung headset ko. Sorry, ito. The answer is false. So, congratulations doon sa 70% o nag-increase na tayo kanina, 68. The technical specification must be prepared prior to the preparation of the market study. Why? Because ito yung magiging basis natin, ito yung pinapadala natin doon sa ating suppliers pag nagkakandak tayo ng market study. The technical specifications plus the quantity para alam po nila kung ano po yung i-quote nila. So, before natin gagawin yung technical specification, before natin gagawin yung market study, PR and PPMP, kailangan nagawa na po yung ating technical specifications. Siguro yung amendment or kung may mga suggestion yung ating mga supplier after, but always before the posting. Kasi pag nag-post na tayo, dapat final na po yung ating technical specifications at wala na tayong babaguhin doon unless merong recommendation during the pre-bid conference pag public bidding po yung gagawin natin. Okay, congratulations for the 73% who got the correct answer. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Leslie. Again, congratulations, and feeling ko by our next knowledge check question, mapaperfect na natin ulit. So we resume our lecture proper.
Okay. We'll discuss again the annual procurement plan. We'll go to annual procurement plan. So, ano po ba yung annual procurement plan? Ulit ko na mention to kanina. Ano ba ang annual procurement plan? This is the entirety of the procurement activities that will be undertaken by the procuring entity within the calendar year using the prescribed format issued by the GPPB. Take note that if we are going to use other format ng GPPB, pwedeng hindi tayo magiging compliant. So, download natin yung ating APP doon sa, tingnan natin sa GPPB, downloadable po yung ating format ng APP. So, the entirety of the procurement activities that will be undertaken by the procuring entity. APP shall be approved by the head of the procuring entity and must be consistent with the duly approved yearly budget. So, consistent with our budget, consistent with the appropriation ordinance, shall be considered by the BAC Secretariat, and from the PPMPs or end user units, the BAC shall take into consideration the following factors. Number 1, yung sinasabi kong 1-year planning perspective. So, dapat kailangan 1 taon yung pinaplano natin. And also, yung mga updated natin or mga emergency or contingency fund, yun yung papasok lang sa ating update, yung mga supplemental, yun doon siya papasok. Schedule of activities should be maintained and updated regularly, submitted to the GPPB TSO. But take note, kailangan natin gamitin yung downloadable forms ng GPPB. Then go to GPPB website, tingnan nyo yung downloadable forms doon. So, paano po ba piniprepare yung ating APP? So, sample of the preparation, si PPMP, Division 1, Division 2, Division ABC, Division ABC. So, sila, kunyari, yung iyong end user. Then, they will prepare the PPMP, submit the back secretariat for consolidation. The back will check, assess, then recommend for the procurement methods, final recommendation, then recommendation of the procurement methods. Pagtapos na po yung recommendation of the procurement methods, submit to the head of the procuring entity for approval. So, dapat may nakalagay na approve or may sign yung ating procuring entity para naman ma-considered approve. So, the procurement process will start only upon the approval of the procuring entity. Hindi pwedeng, for approval naman po ni head of the procuring entity, pwede na natin i-approve. Sabihan na lang natin ibaba na lang mamaya. Paano pag hindi in-approve? Naka-post ka na. Marami ng mga suppliers na nag-quote, wala pa ring approval. So, wala yun. Kasi hindi siya nakalist doon. Hindi siya kasama sa sinasabi nating approved annual procurement plan. Okay. Preparation of APP during GAA, Corporate Budget or Appropriation Ordinance, becomes final. Saan mag-start? Anong kaibahan kanina? Kanina nag-start tayo with the end user unit. Since approved na yung ating budget, Appropriation Ordinance or GAA, mag-start na tayo with the budget to check kung ano ba yung na-approve. So, magko-comment lang si budget dito, ito ituloy, pwedeng ituloy, ito pwedeng hindi ituloy. Then, ibabalik niya ngayon doon sa end user. Para i-check na end user na ito pwedeng ituloy, ito hindi pwedeng ituloy. Then, i-revise. Pagka-revise ng end user, papirmahan, downloadable din yung format natin ng PPMP, submit to the back secretariat for consolidation, to APP, then the back secretariat, and recommendation by the back of modality, submit to the head of the procuring entity for approval. Yan na yung ating APP. Yung kanina, before the approval of the yung ginawa natin kanina, before the approval of the appropriation ordinance, corporate budget or GAA, that's what we call indicative APP. So, matatawag lang natin na APP yung ating annual procurement plan pag meron ng approval ng budget, yung may approval na ng GAA, corporate budget, or appropriation ordinance. Hanggang wala pang approval at hindi pa final, wala pa tayong matatawag na APP. Okay. Tips in consolidating, depende na po yan sa inyo, tips in consolidating PPMPs into APP. Yung ating mga millennials ngayon, marami na silang style, mabibilis. Yung mga techie ngayon, mabibilis mag-consolidate. May mga ginagawa silang style. So, usual, sort mo, type of procurement. Pag-isahin mo. Check for the items. This is, ito naman, tips lang ito. Check for the items can be merged. Ano pa yun pwedeng i-merge? Common supplies, mode of procurement, source of funds. Tapos buuin mo siya. Ang madali kung magka-criteria ka, mas mabilis yun. Like for example, iiba mo yung criteria ng printing, iba mo yung ganito, sunod-sunurin mo siya. So, para may form 1 ka, form 1, form 2, form 3. Pero same lang ang form mo. PPMP pa rin yung form. Pero mas mabilis mo siyang i-consolidate kasi para pareho na yung form 1 lahat pag-isahin mo. Form 2, pag-isahin mo. So, mas mabilis yung consolidation mo. Okay. Ito naman yung ating APP. Ito siya. Ito yung format ng ating APP. Downloadable din yung ating APP. Makikita, ma-download natin sa www.gppb.gov.ph downloadable.php. So, tingnan natin, may mga color coding ito, huwag tayong magkamali. Per column, meron tayong nakalagay indicate dyan sa column 1 ng ating UWACS code natin, procurement 2 sa procurement program projects, 3 PMO or end user. Tapos meron tayong naka-indicate dyan sa 4 kung ano ba to, conducted through EPA or not. Mag-a-answer ka doon para makikita kung EPA ba siya or hindi. Then the mode of procurement. And then of course the timeline, yung ating timeline, yan ang magkukulay. Kasi ang unang submission mo talagang nakaganyan pa yung kulay niya kasi hindi ka pa maglalagay ng date dyan eh. Pero hanggang hindi ka maglalagay ng date dyan or hindi makikita na na-procure mo na siya, hindi nagbabago yung kulay niyan. Then source of funds, so source of funds, so tapos yung estimated budget mo, MOE ba siya or capital outlay pa yan ang source of budget mo. So pag sample, ito na yung may laman, ito yung code, ito yung description, or ito yung procurement project, the PMO or end user. So titingnan, sagot lang dito yes or no, yes or no. Then mode of procurement, timeline, then the estimated source of funds, estimated budget. Ano yung dito sa dulo? Meron tayong dito sa dulo eh. Nakalagay 9. Remarks or brief description of the top. Ito yung ating procurement description of our project activities and program. So, include dito yung kung meron tayong foreign funded na, for example, meron kayong foreign funded and then the procurement na gagamitin, nakalagay doon sa agreement na ang gagamitin ng procurement is the procurement of the country na nag-grant ng funds and then not RA 9184, still ilalagay nyo pa rin siya sa APP or sa yung PPMP but meron kayong comment doon na hindi RA 9184 ang gagamiting mode of procurement or gamiting rules for procurement. Doon nyo ilalagay sa remarks. Preparation of supplemental APP. Same pa rin, update supplement PPMP, mag-start sa end user, then submit to the back secretariat, and then submit to the home for the approval. APP. So, paano ba ginagawa natin? Fill out natin. So, na-discuss ko na rin siya kanina na ang gagamitin natin is yung sa column 1 is the UWACS code. For column 2, the PMO or end user, pwedeng kung multiple end user units are allowed only if the procurement activity was consolidated by the back to procure requirements of the end user. So yung mga, di ba, pag halimbawa, the back decided that the procurement will be consolidated. For example, iba-ibang requirements, mga common use supplies, yung ating mga ball pen or mga kung ano-ano yung mga binibili nating pang day-to-day, so marami, kinonsolidate ng back so iba-ibang end user doon ang nakalagay kasi consolidated nga. So ang magiging mode of procurement minsan instead of small value nagiging public bidding na siya. Yung drop down list, yung sa kung ano yung mode of procurement drop down list, i-click mo lang yon, pwede na siyang mag-drop down, malalaman mo na kung anong mode of procurement ang gagamitin mo. Then specific schedule, yung schedule lalagay natin, naka-indicate doon kung anong date ng pag-submit, pag-open, pag-award ng contract, kailan yung contract signing, so indicated din doon. And then the ABC column cannot be edited but is automatically computed by filling out of the MOE or the capital outlay columns. So, pwede natin siya ensure that the amounts indicated are aligned with the budget. Kasi makikita din yan eh. Kung hindi siya aligned or align siya. Dun. Papacheck pa rin, papa-approve pa rin natin, dadaan pa rin natin sa budget. Yung ating APP. For MICA projects, ADC shall be the full amount stated in the MICA with remarks on the amount to be disbursed on the particular fiscal year. APP vis-a-vis APP CSE. Yung ating APP, na APP, dalawa yung, huwag tayo magkamali, yung ating APP, dalawa. APP for non-CSE, sinasubmit natin yan sa GPPB-TSO. Yung ating APP CSE, sinasubmit natin yan sa PSTBM. So, APP being referred to the IRR is different from the APP CSE. So, APP CSE serves as basis of the BMPS in projecting its inventory requirements, includes requirements, scheduling of activities, and overall management of the central procurement of common use goods. So, common use supplies, yung ating binibili sa PSTBM. So, iba din yung form natin sa PSTBM. At yun, hindi natin pwedeng i-edit yun. Ang ilalagay lang natin dito, amount, quantity. Magto-total automatic yan. So, yan po yung form ng ating APP CSE. Okay. Early procurement regime. So, early procurement activities. So, ano po yung ating early procurement regime or early procurement activities? The early procurement activities, the GPPB Resolution number 14, 2019. Ito yung ating basis for early procurement activities. So, what is early procurement activities? Early procurement activities refers to the conduct of procurement activities from posting of the procurement opportunity, if required, until recommendation of the BAC to the hope as to the award of the contract for goods to be delivered, infrastructure to be implemented, and consulting services to be rendered in the following fiscal year pending approval of the respective funding sources. So, ito yung ating tinatawag. Actually, hindi naman ito bago. Even before the resolution 14-2019, meron na talaga tayong early procurement activities. Yun yung tinatawag nating procurement short of award, na meron na po yan sa ating RA 9184. Kaya lang hindi natin masyadong pinansin kasi hindi naman kasi siya requirement, hindi naman siya mandatory requirements for national, hindi siya national offices, hindi siya mandatory requirements for the performance-based bonus. Kaya hindi natin masyado. Kaya minsan, March na wala pa rin tayong mga supplies. Okay. Why conduct EPA? Early completion of, ang reason dito is early completion of projects, timely implementation of projects, and effectively manage projects. Yun yung ating reason kung bakit tayo nagkakandak ng early procurement activities. This would respond to the timely implementation and completion of the projects, and the procuring entity can effectively manage the procurement projects. Siyempre naman, pag maaga yung procurement, maaga yung completion mo for the procurement projects, timely din yung implementation of the project, and the procuring entity or the end user unit can manage the procurement effectively. Kasi hindi siya nagagahol sa oras, hindi siya nagmamadali, mas smooth yung iyong pag-implement ng iyong project. Okay. Ano po yung scope and application of the early procurement activities? The scope and application of the early procurement activities are yung all types of procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services of yung national government, state university, local government units. So, hindi kayo exempted for the early procurement activities, government financial institution, and government-owned and controlled corporations. So, ano po yung sakop nun? General Appropriation Act, Appropriation Ordinance, Corporate Budget, and Loan Agreement. So, kasama pa rin yung Appropriation Ordinance. So, prior to the approval of the Appropriation Ordinance, pwede na pong mag-conduct ang ating municipalities ng early procurement activities. For the scope and application, A procurement project shall refer to a specific or identified procurement which shall be described, detailed, and scheduled in the PPMP, which shall be consolidated in the APP. So, early procurement activity is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through competitive bidding and alternative methods of procurement. But we have an exception to the rules. General rule, pwedeng competitive, pwedeng alternative methods of procurement. But exception to the rule, meron tayong 5. Repeat order, take note, repeat order, shopping, negotiated procurement, emergency cases, negotiated procurement, takeover contracts, negotiated procurement, small value procurement. Baka naman naka-early procurement yung activity, yung negotiated procurement emergency cases. Wala pang declaration, nag-ano na tayo, nag-early procurement activities na tayo. So, halatang hindi siya pwede sa early procurement activities kasi nga emergency cases. Same with the takeover contracts. Okay. Another is all the appropriate preparatory activities shall be completed. So, hindi tayo problema nito kung nag-conduct na tayo ng ating procurement planning. Kasi, tapos na tayo dun sa cost-benefit analysis, the feasibility studies, market research. So, for civil works, tapos na tayo dun sa detailed engineering design natin, regulatory clearances, and of course, yung mga right-of-ways acquisition. Kasi baka tapos na yung building natin, wala pa tayong right-of-way acquisition. Must be approved by the head of the procuring entity and must be submitted to yung MGAs and GOCCs, Department of Budget and Management, sa DBM sila. Then, the GOCCs under Governance Commission for GOCCs sa GSG, then the LGUs sa Sanggunian. Doon magsasubmit. Okay. Preparatory activities. Ano ba yung mga preparatory activities for the EPA or early procurement activities? The indicative APP shall be posted in the agency's transparency seal. Kailangan pa rin nating i-post. Maraming nagkakamali dito. Yung ating indicative APP hindi natin sinasubmit sa hindi natin sinasubmit sa GPPB. Pinopost lang natin ito sa transparency seal natin. Hindi siya sinasubmit. So, maraming nagiging cause for disqualification or non-compliant kasi nga sinabit nila sa GPPB and then pagdating doon sa submission ng APP, hindi na sila na-submit kasi yung reason nila, wala naman daw silang binago, yung pa rin daw yung isa-submit nila kasi wala namang pagbabago. But remember the difference between the indicative and the APP. Sabi ko nga kanina, indicative APP prior to the approval of the GAA Appropriation Ordinance and Corporate Budget. Ang APP after the approval of the GAA Appropriation Ordinance and Corporate Budget. So magkaiba kahit naman hindi mo babaguhin o wala kang babaguhin, magkaiba pa rin yung indicative APP and ang indicative, pinopost lang sa transparency seal, agency's transparency seal, and ang GAA, APP, sinasubmit sa GPPB TSO. The certificate of availability of funds shall not be required. So, hindi natin kailangang hinyan ng CAF, yung sinasabi nating CAF. Kasi wala pa pong isi-certify yung ating budget at saka accounting. Dahil wala pa naman tayong approval ng appropriation ordinance or yung ating GAA or corporate budget. Then the bidding documents and field jobs posting shall expressly provide that the procurement project is undertaken through EPA. Mahalaga ito na indicate natin na yung procurement natin is through EPA kasi yung timeline, marami tayong hingin after. Pag tumagal ang approval ng ating GAA, tumagal ang approval ng ating appropriation ordinance, may papa-adjust tayo sa suppliers. So, may mga kailangan tayong i-request sa kanila na i-adjust nila. Like, the prospective bidder shall properly inform. The reason why the prospective bidder shall be properly informed of the following. Kasi nga, gagawin nila ito Una, yung rules and procedures of early procurement activities, dapat, especially for public bidding, di ba, pag public bidding, huwag yung mag-aantay na lang. During pre-bid, huwag kayong mag-aantay ng may magtatanong. Dapat you initiate, the back will initiate through PWG or Secretariat kung ano yung mga rules natin. Isama natin na this is undertaken through early procurement activities para alam po ng ating suppliers. Fixed price rule. So pag sinabi natin fixed price rule, kahit tataas pa yan or bababa pa yan, hindi natin pwedeng palitan yung ating price or yung ating ABC or yung kanilang offer. Extension of the bid validity and security. Napaka-importante nito kasi hindi tayo maka-award pag sakaling nag-expire na yung validity nila at saka security. Ano bang gagawin natin dito? Antayin ba natin si supplier na magbigay sa atin ng extension or ni-renew yung validity nila na bid validity and security? Of course not. Dapat mag-initiate pa rin through the back will initiate through the back secretariat to inform the supplier or the lowest bidder to submit or to renew request or magpapadala tayo ng letter requesting the supplier or bidder to extend their bid validity and security. So, validity of the eligibility requirements prior to the award of the contract, kailangan din yun. Kailangan din nilang i-update yung kanilang mga eligibility requirements. Then, conditions of award. Date of earliest delivery, dapat alam din. So, kung sila nag-aantay sa atin, dapat bigyan din natin sila ng hope kung kailan pwedeng ma-deliver or kailan pwedeng, ano ba yung mga conditions of the award. Kailangan din alam din ng ating supplier or bidders. Hindi lang po sila tayo lang ang nakakaalam. Okay. I think we have another knowledge check. So, kailangan nating mag-knowledge check muna, ma'am. Ibabalik ko po muna sa iyo yung ating door.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Leslie. So for the most awaited part, we will be having our price knowledge check again. So may we ask our participants to type in their answers to the Zoom chat box. Again, the GPP BTSO will give another special token to the first participant who will answer the question correctly. But please take note that only participants following the required name format, which is your municipality name _ your full name, shall be qualified, and those who were given special tokens already will not be considered to give way to other participants. We hope po malinaw po tayo doon. So our question is, early procurement activity is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through negotiated procurement, small value procurement. Is it A, true, B, false? So key in your answers to our Zoom chat box. So let's see. I hope marami pong makatama dito po sa ating fourth knowledge check. Okay, again, early procurement activity is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through negotiated procurement, small value procurement. Is it A, true, or B, false? Okay, for questions related to our module session, please feel free to drop them to our Zoom chat box. And for our Facebook and YouTube live viewers, you may drop them down on our comment section. So our resource speaker shall discuss all related questions later in our open forum. So let's see kung sino-sino na po ba ang nakapagsagot sa ating chat box. So from LGU Manolo, for teach, Ma'am or Sir Graham Delco answered B. From MLGU Compostela, we have Edward Ford and Dagatan answered also B. So halos ma'am lahat sila answered B. So ano po ba yung tamang sagot natin, Ma'am Leslie?
Yes, nakikita ko nga pataas ng pataas talaga tayo ng percentage for the correct answer. The correct answer is false. Small value procurement is one of the exceptions. Kung matatandaan nyo kanina, merong 5 exceptions of the early procurement activities, and isa po doon ang negotiated procurement, small value procurement. So repeat order, shopping, negotiated procurement, early procurement, emergency cases, yung takeover contracts, and small value procurement. So, congratulations sa 82% na nakakuha ng correct answer. Thank you.
Okay. Let's proceed for the procurement timeline of early procurement activities. In the conduct of early procurement activities from posting to recommendation of the BAC to the hope as to the award of the contract shall observe the mandatory timelines set forth in 2016 IRR of RA 9184, including the period for rebidding, which shall be within 15 days after each declaration of failure bidding, and which may be extended up to 30 days upon approval of the hope. Same pa rin yung ating ino-observe dito, except that meron tayong tinatold na time. So in short, pag nag-stop tayo, hindi po siya counted until the approval of the GAA. So ano po yung mga revisions of indicative APP before the award of the contract? As soon as kailan dapat mag-revise of indicative APP before the award of the contract? As soon as the funding source of the procurement project has been approved, regardless of the stage. Yan ang una. Upon approval of the APP and the commencement of the running of the period to award the contract and complete the procurement process, the hope may approve or disapprove the recommendation of the BAC. Kung approve, shall issue the notice of award to the lowest calculated and responsive bid. Yung sinatawag natin for goods and infra, LCRB. Pag consulting naman ang tinatawag highest rated responsive bid, HRRB. So, yan po yun. Pag disapproval naman, ang gagawin the hope, notify the BAC and the bidder in writing of the decision and the grounds kung bakit dinisapprove ng hope yung kanyang award. The final approved APP shall be submitted to the GPPB on or before the end of January of the budget year and shall be posted in accordance with Executive Order 662 Series of 2007 as amended. Yung pinopost natin, yung ating APP, sinasubmit natin dun sa GPPB. So, regular na sinasubmit natin usually end of January. Yung ating APP for 2023, end of January of 2023, of course. And then, sabay po yung posting natin sa PhilJep, sa ating posting natin sa website. So, based on Executive Order 662. Award of contract. Meron tayong mga rules on when to award and not to award a contract. To award, okay. Number 1 rule, notwithstanding the mandatory procurement timeline provided in Section 37 of RA 9184, procurement projects undertaken through EPA may be awarded upon approval and effectivity of the GAA, enacted budget, appropriation ordinance, corporate budget, or loan agreement as the case may be. Example, 1 million based on NEP or equivalent document ng LGUs. ABC, 1 million. LCRB, 1 million. GAA, 1 million. Then you can award the contract. However, in case of a reenacting budget, the procuring entity only award the contract for recurring procurement projects and not for new procurement projects. Kasi syempre, wala naman yun pag pag reenacted budget, wala naman yan doon sa original. Wala yung new procurement, wala po yan doon sa recurring budget mo. Kasi ang nakalagay doon sa recurring budget, reenacted budget is yung budget mo for the previous year, hindi yung for 2023 na. Okay. Another one, if the amount authorized for a procurement project has been reduced, the procuring entity may still make an award if the contract price to be awarded is within the amount authorized in the GAA, enacted budget, ordinance, appropriation ordinance, corporate budget, or loan agreement, regardless of the posted approved budget for the contract. So, NEP 1.2, ABC 1.2, LCRB 1 million, GAA 1 million. Since sapat pa rin yung pera mo, pwede mo pa rin siyang i-award. Okay. Award of contract. So, for award of contract, not to award. Kailan tayo hindi pwedeng mag-award? Diretso na ako sa sample. Yung NEP mo is, or equivalent document for the LGUs is 1.5. The ABC was 1.5. LCRB is 1.3. GAA or appropriation or yung appropriation ordinance mo 0. So wala kang perang pambayad. So hindi ka pwedeng mag-award. Another sample, mas mababa yung appropriation ordinance na nakalagay doon. Ang LCRB mo, for example, is 900 but your appropriation ordinance is 800. Meaning, kulang yung pabayad mo, hindi mo pa rin ma-award yung contract. Award of contract not to award, rule number 2. In all instances, the hope has the authority to exercise the revision clause under Section 41. So, pwedeng hindi award ng head of the procuring entity based on Section 41, which grants the hope the right not to award the contract if, for any justifiable or reasonable ground, the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the government. So, yan po yung ating mga rules, when to award and not to award. Number 3, not to award, notwithstanding the approval and effectivity of the GAA, enacted budget, appropriation ordinance, corporate budget, or loan agreement, as the case may be, procuring entities shall not award contracts for procurement projects requiring special allotment release order. Nabanggit ko na rin to kanina, or sub-allotment release order until the same has been issued, secured, or released. Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-start ng ating procurement or mag-award ng ating contract pag kailangan ng SARO. Kailangan may SARO munang nare-release bago tayo mag-start with or mag-award ng ating contract. Tolling of periods. Kailan tayo pwedeng mag-toll ng ating periods? Pending approval and effectivity of the GAA, corporate budget, or appropriation ordinance or a loan agreement. In the case of TAPS, the following period shall be tolled. Yung dalawa. Yung approval ng HOPE ng 15 days and the 3-month period in which to complete the procurement process from the opening of bids up to the award of the contract. So, automatic ito, after the recommendation, mag-stop na agad yung pag-count nung ating time. Yung 15 days, mag-stop na yun. The period of time for the award of contract and the termination of the procurement process, as the case may be, shall begin to run upon the approval or effectivity of the GAA. So, for example, nag-stop ka dun sa 15 days, after the approval of the GAA, automatic magka-count na ulit or magra-run na ulit yung time mo o yung period mo. Yung na-told mo na time, mag-start na yon. Paano ba yung counting of days? Yung counting of days, exclude the first day, include the last day. So, kung yung first day ng approval ng GAA, hindi po yung kasali. The following day ka mag-start ng day 1 mo, day 2, day 3. It shall not commence anew, but rather grants the hope the balance of the remaining period to award the contract or terminate the contract. Yung 3 months to complete the time, hindi siya bago, hindi siya fresh. Kung ano na lang yung natira, to complete the 3 months, yun na lang yung bibilangin mo. Yun na lang yung natitira. Ito yung sample para mas maliwanag sa inyo. Okay. Yung sample time natin, the opening, mag-start kasi tayo sa bid opening. So, July 30, yun yung bid opening. And then, after 73 days, ang haba, the BAC recommends. So, October 11 na yung recommendation ng BAC. Doon na mag-stop yung ating counting. Magtutold na yung period natin to count sa 15 days at saka nung to complete the 3-month process. So, on October 12, wala na tayo. January 1 na-approve yung ating GAA or na-approve yung ating appropriation ordinance, for example. So, January 1, approval. So, mag-start ka ng January 2. You count January 15 days. So, kailan yung pang 15th day? So, January 16. Kasi, in counting of days again, exclude the first day, include the last day. So, yung January 16, yun yung nagiging 15th day mo. And then, ilan na lang ang natira sa'yo? So, since from October 73 na yung na-consume mo, 73 days na na-consume mo, 17 days na lang natira sa'yo to complete the contract. So, kung in-approve mo ng January 16, you have 2 days left na lang to complete the process. So, dapat makomplete mo na yung process on January 18. So, yan po yung ating counting of or tolling of periods. Tolling of periods. So, ito na po yung explanation ko kanina. Yung pag-count ng days. Okay. Simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports. So, at yung ating mga reportal requirements to GPPB. So, ang approved APP shall be submitted to GPPB on January 30. Updated APP shall be submitted to GPPB by July. PMR first quarter, July 14. Updated APP shall be submitted to GPPB by January 2000 fiscal year, the following fiscal year. And then PMR for the second semester, January 14 for the following year, and March, yun naman po yung ating APCPI. So take note of the dates of submission ng ating updated. So when we say updated, for example, yung APP natin, di ba may schedule of timeline, may timeline tayo, may schedule naka-indicate dun sa APP natin. Pag sinabi nating updated, kasama na doon, naka-indicate na doon kung kailan natin na-procure yung mga dates. So, himay-himayin natin, isa-isayin natin yung na-procure natin, indicate na natin yung mga dates doon, including the supplemental. Yun, kung ano yung na-procure mo from January to June, ilalagay mo siya kasama doon sa submission mo sa July. And then, kung ano yung na-procure mo from July to December, yun na namang idadagdag mo sa yung isa-submit mo sa January. Meaning, lahat po yun from January to December, makukomplete na siya doon sa isa-submit mo on January. So, mahaba po. By January, bali dalawa po yung submission natin ng APP, yung updated at saka yung regular submission natin ng APP for that year. But we have an extended reportal requirements GPPB, approve APP, January 30, July 14. Inulit lang. Pag-edit siguro ito. Updated APP, January, PMR second semester, January. Okay. Electronic submission. Ano po ba yung ating electronic submission? Ano po ba yung ating sinasubmit? Ano po dapat? Mandatory submission under GPP Resolution 11-2020, mandatory submission through electronic mail. Procurement reports in Excel form. Tapos yung isa in PDF form, kasama po dun sa isa-submit natin yung certification on posting of APP PMR signed by the BAC Secretariat Head. The mandatory posting of the APPs and PMR in the agency website only. Sa website lang natin, wala na po yung posting in the GPPB website. Discontinue na po yung posting on the GPPB website. So, hindi na dapat tayo nagpo-post doon sa GPPB website. Okay. So, yan po yung ating, I think yan po yung ating report, submission of report. So, go back to knowledge check. I think yun na rin po yung ating last slide. But before we end our lecture, we go back to knowledge check first para malaman natin kung yung ating mga participants nakinig po ba doon sa ating lecture. At may natandaan po ba sila doon sa ating mga lecture?
Thank you very much po again, ma'am. So we finally reached the final and last knowledge check question for today. But before that, let me first announce our KC winner for this session. So upon verification and validation of our technical team, we would like to congratulate Sir Graham Delco from the Municipality of Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon for answering the correct answer. So for Sir Graham, as well as to our other winners of special tokens, please check your messages and our event secretariat will contact you on how you may claim your prizes. So may I ask our technical team to flash our last knowledge check question. The question is, in the case of a reenacted budget, the procuring entity may also award the contract for new procurement projects undertaken through EPA or early procurement activity. Again, in the case of a reenacted budget, the procuring entity may also award the contract for new procurement project undertaken through EPA or early procurement activity. Is it A, true, or B, false? So we hope everyone could participate since ito na po ang ating last knowledge check for this session. So currently we have 31%. Habol po tayo. So ang standing for A, we have 63%. For B, we have 38%. Okay? So may hahabol pa po ba? 40%? 45%? Okay, if wala na, so we will be closing our Zoom call question in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So may I ask our technical team to flash the result, please. So the result is A, true for 55%, and B, false for 45%. Ma'am Leslie.
Oh, bumaba. Gutom na siguro sila. Kasi past 12 na. Okay. The correct answer is false. Kasi po, in case of reenacted budget, ang nakalagay lang po doon, yung ating budget for example, budget for 2022. So, pag reenacted, yung nakalagay lang doon for 2022. Kasi yung ini-EPA natin or early procurement activities, for 2023 na yon. So, the procuring entity may only award the contract for recurring procurement projects and not for new procurement projects because the new projects are not included in the previous budget. So, sad ako, pero alam ko siguro mga gutom na kayo for 50 plus percent na lang. Akala ko abot na ng 90% who will get the correct answer. Pero I understand kasi parang 12 past 12, nakita ko nga si Sir kanina, kumakain, nakakaingit kung kumakain na siya. Okay. Actually, ito naman pa yung last nating topic. So, ibibigay ko na yung floor kay Ma'am Jen for the open forum.
Thank you so much po, ma'am. So, that ends our discussion proper for today's learning session. So, thank you very much again, Ma'am Leslie. So, to proceed with the open forum, please be reminded that questions which are initially gathered from Zoom chat box and from our Facebook and YouTube live streaming comment sections are filtered as our resource speaker should only be answering questions related to our today's learning session. Nevertheless, rest assured that all questions raised and received are documented, which shall be form part of our frequently asked questions. So once again, let us have our resource speaker, Ma'am Leslie B. Canyafranca.
Okay. Antay ako ng tanong. Baka ayaw na nilang magtanong, Miss Jen, gutom na. Kasi yun ang panahon dito para ng 6:00 ng gabi, ang dilim-dilim na talaga dito sa Antipolo.
Dito rin Ma'am sa Ortigas, medyo madilim na
Medyo
rin.
madilim na rin.
Opo. So, we'll be having our first question. So for the Republic Act number 9184 states that market study must be conducted prior to the commencement of the procurement activity. When is the commencement of a procurement activity? And when is the specific ideal period to conduct or accomplish a market study?
As discussed kanina, usually we conduct the market, di ba? Meron tayong procurement planning. So tinanong ko nga, nandun sa slides ko kanina, when do we start our procurement planning? Upon the release of the budget call, we can start already our procurement planning. And part of it is the conduct of market study to come up with the ABC. So para ang market study kasi not only the price, but also magiging updated tayo sa market kung itong technical specifications natin, tama po ba ito, available pa ba ito sa market or hindi na. Then, kung halimbawa available siya sa market at the time that we conducted our market study, then how many months? Isa po yun sa alamin natin kung how many months or years pa na pwede pa siyang existing sa market. Second question, when is the commencement of the procurement activity? It depends on the procuring entity. Sa pagpaplano nyo, kailan nyo ba siya kailangan? So kung kailangan nyo in the first or in the early quarter, so ipasok nyo po siya, yung procurement activity nyo, ipasok nyo po siya sa early procurement activities para pag-approve ng GAA or appropriation ordinance ninyo, nandun na lang tayo sa award and implementation of the project na. When is the specific or ideal period to conduct, accomplish a market study? Again, yung a specific or ideal time na magkakandak tayo ng market study is during the planning. However, since maaga yung planning natin, di ba sabi ko nga kanina, magkakaroon tayo ng inflation rate. Again, before tayo magkakandak ng procurement process, we have to validate first also kung talagang nasa market pa. So, parang validation of the market study that we have conducted to come up with our proposal or to come up with our technical specification for budget proposal, but also during the before the commencement of the procurement activities, kailangan din natin siyang i-validate kasi mahaba yung oras natin for the preparation of the procurement activities or procurement planning. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po. So for the next question, regarding the market study, what if the price changes by the time the item is to be procured?
Okay. Talagang magpapalit or mag-change yung ating price for during the time na magkakandak na tayo for procurement. That's why we have to indicate or add inflation rate. Doon natin kuhanin. Kaya sinabi ko, during the preparation of our, di ba, nag-identify tayo kung ano yung mga kailangan nating ipo-procure. So, para magkaroon tayo ng technical specifications and the ABC, magkakandak tayo ng intensive market study. But also, since mahaba po yung panahon, before the procurement process mag-start, kailangan nating i-validate kung yung price natin okay pa or hindi na. Pag hindi na, doon natin kukunin yung ating price. Kung before the procurement process, tumaas yung price natin, doon natin kuhanin yung ating price, i-add on natin doon sa inflation rate na nilagay natin doon sa ating proposal. Normal po natataas yung presyo kasi sa matagal na time, kasi mahaba yung, kung napapansin nyo, yung preparation natin for 2023, supposed to be, it's a 1-year plan. 1-year perspective plan po yung gagawin natin. So, expected po yan na magbabago yung price. That's why, wag nating kalimutan ilagay yung inflation rate para meron pa tayong pagkukuhanan ng presyo. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, on to our next question. Ano po ang implication sa procurement planning kung gaano karami ang supplemental budget? Ganun din po ba karami ang supplemental PPMP?
Okay. Ang implication sa procurement planning, kung marami yung supplemental mo, meaning poor planning. Supposed to be, yung nakalagay po sa ating RA 9184, ang ating updating or ating supplemental is supposed to be twice a year, or kung meron yung mga additional. Hindi po siya parang ano ba yung term, exactly yung term, as necessary. If necessary, yun yung nakalagay doon sa batas natin. So dapat wag nating i-practice yung as necessary. Ang general rule doon, 2 beses lang, once in every semester or if necessary. So yun nakalagay. So dapat once in every semester ang gagawin natin. So kung poor planning ka, ang mangyayari talaga is mas marami yung supplemental mo. The supplemental is supposed to be kung may mga additional funds lang kayo na hindi talaga kasama doon sa regular plans ninyo o sa regional funds na meron kayo. So habang gumagawa kayo ng budget, alam niyo na yung budget nyo kung magkano. So yun yung ginagawa nyo ng PPMP at saka yung APP. Pero kung hindi nyo plinano ng maigi, nagkakaroon kayo ng supplemental, meaning papasok po kayo doon sa 50% na diniscuss ko kanina na poor planning. Kaya marami po yung supplemental APP nyo or PPMP na ginagawa. Thank you, Ma'am Jen.
Okay, so next question. Pag re-enacted po ba ang budget, pwede ma-apply ang EPA kapag continuing yung budget for particular proposed project?
Continuing. So, ang i-apply lang po, pag re-enacted, lahat lang na nakalagay. Kasi usually, alam ko pag continuing siya, parang nire-request, papasok siya doon sa panibagong budget natin. So, kung reenacted siya, kung ano lang po yung nakaalagay doon sa original natin. For example, kung ano yung nakalagay doon sa budget natin for 2022, hindi po natin siya, kung reenacted yung basis natin for the procurement na budget, hindi po natin pwedeng i-apply kung ano yung nakalagay, continuing man siya or hindi. Kasi kung ano lang yung original na nakalagay doon sa 2022, yun lang yung pwede natin pagbabasihan for the EPA award.
Okay, so for our 5th question, some end users call up supplier friends in preparing cost estimates to get realistic price estimates. How do we protect ourselves from possible conflicts of interest or corruption when preparing cost estimates?
Wala naman po problema kung call a friend or call a suppliers tayo during the preparation of the cost estimates. Kailangan din natin talaga yun. Kaya nga in-emphasize ko kanina, build up a relationship with the suppliers kasi yung ating mga suppliers naman din natin kaaway. How to protect ourselves from possible conflicts of interest or corruption? Conduct kayo ng forum. Kung gusto nyo makipag-usap sa suppliers, idaan nyo sa forum. At least transparent po kayo na hindi kayo nakikipag-usap secretly with the suppliers. So, kumbaga wala kayong intention na magkakaroon ng corruption or something. Usually, mas maganda, small group, papatawag kayo kung sino yung mga available suppliers na pwedeng magbigay sa inyong requirements, and then you ask. Kasi mas maganda, magagawa niyong maayos yung presyo at saka yung technical specifications kung nag-consult kayo sa kanila, especially kung hindi natin masyadong gamay yung ating pinoprocure na items or equipment or yung ating procurement project.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I believe that was our last question. So if you have more questions, you may still ask them out by visiting slido.com. All you have to do is just type in the event code #governmentprocurementph, to which the GPP BTSO will answer through an issuance or through FAQs. So at this point, we would like to thank again our resource speaker, Ma'am Leslie B. Canyafranca, for all the time accepting our invitation and for extensively and enthusiastically attending to the concerns and questions raised by our participants in our learning session. And to our participants from both Zoom and Facebook and YouTube live streaming who actively participated all throughout the course of our program, we thank you all very much, especially for staying with us. And again, for our winners, congratulations, and please check your emails and chat box and kindly provide us the details needed for us to ship your respective special tokens. So now, may we request everyone to please switch on their cameras to commemorate this learning session with our resource speaker.
Hi, Ma'am Jo.
Hi, Ma'am Les. Thank you.
Okay? Are we all ready na po? May I request our technical team to please stop share po so that we could capture the photo? Thank you. Yan. So we will be having 3 shots. I hope makapag-open po tayo lahat ng camera so that we can commemorate this event with our resource speaker. Okay? So at the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and smile. For the second shot, we have 1, 2, and 3. For the third and last shot, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you so much po for participating. Okay, before we proceed to the final reminders, allow me to provide a recap or bird's eye view of our today's learning session. So today we had an entire session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the importance and fundamentals of procurement planning. We also highlighted the basic principles and the vital role of market research in procurement planning. We also had a profound discussion on project procurement management plan and annual procurement plan, where we had a deep dive on the guidelines in the preparation of the said procurement documents. We also had an in-depth discussion on the scope and applications of the conduct of early procurement activities led by none other than our resource speaker, Ma'am Leslie B. Canyafranca. So for the final important reminders, as part of our requirements for the provision and issuance of certificate, again, please do not forget to evaluate our today's resource speaker by clicking through the Google form link shared by our events secretariat in our Zoom chat box. So for the evaluation, the form consists of 2 parts. So for the general evaluation, which includes evaluation on the program design, support and information, and the presentation materials. And the second and lastly, Finally, the evaluation of the resource speakers. So note that your responses are editable under the Edit Your Response button for the daily evaluation of our resource speakers. So rest assured that all information shall be utilized for documentation, planning, reporting, and processing purposes only, and shall not be used by other parties other than the authorized staff of the GPPB TSO. Further, the GPPB TSO upholds with utmost respect the privacy of its data subjects, consistent and in accordance with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act and relevant to the National Privacy Commission issuances. So for tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone to log in at least 15 minutes before the program. So that is it. That concludes the second day of the fourth batch of the online training for the municipal local government units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. On behalf of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, this has been your facilitator, Jen Aguilar. Thank you and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Leslie.
Dagan salamat.
I can feel you over here. You take up every corner of my mind. What you gonna do now?